yesterday the legendary Donald Sutherland, who starred in scores of films from The Dirty Dozen, MASH, and Clute to Animal House and Ordinary People to Pride and Prejudice and the Hunger Games franchise. Won an Emmy for Citizen X. He passed away yesterday in Miami. Apparently, he had a long illness that he was suffering through, and he was 88 years old.
Sad to hear about, obviously, the death. Sad to hear about the long, protracted illness. But,
Right.
again, with these things, it gives you pause to reflect upon their career. Citizen X is so freaking good. It is about the Russian serial killer and the man who hunted him for years and years. But Sutherland's portrayal of this sort of compassionate colonel, then general, is amazing.
The 2017 honorary Oscar recipient also, of course, is the father of Emmy-winning 24 actor Kiefer Sutherland and veteran CAA media finance executive Rogue Sutherland. He was born in 1935 in St. John, New Brunswick, Canada, and amassed some 200 film and TV credits spanning more than 60 years. From guesting on episodes of 1960s series, including The Avengers, Court Martial, and The Odd Man, to last year's Paramount Plus drama Bass Reeves. His big break in movies came with Robert Aldrich's star-packed 1967 World War II drama The Dirty Dozen. He played Vernon Pinkley in that.
Did you ever see Kelly's Heroes?
I did not.
Well, he is this. So it's a World War II movie, but he is portraying an anomaly. He is sort of like a pothead tank pilot.
Okay.
Yeah, I've seen clips.
Yeah.
He played Sergeant Oddball.
Yeah, he was great.
So the Dirty Dozen was a hit in theaters and remains a seminal American war movie. His next big role was as Captain Benjamin Franklin Hawkeye Pierce in Robert Altman's 1970 Korean War drama MASH, or dramedy, I should say. The alternatively harrowing and hilarious film earned 5 Oscar nominations, including Best Picture. It's a great movie.
It is a great movie.
Very, very dated, but it's a great movie.
And I remember at the time, people were unaware how gory it was because it's taking place in a MASH unit, and there's blood spurting all over the place.
Well, and I remember my parents telling me when they went to see it, when it was in theaters, like they couldn't believe how kind of vulgar it was. And for its time, it was kind of cutting edge.
So you're exactly right. He, Elliot Gould, Tom Skerritt, they were all of that crop of actors who were kind of past the MGM.
Yeah.
They were the new breed, and so they were very adventurous in what they were doing. And Robert Altman was an adventurous director as well. So that was Duvall plays Frank Burns in that
yes.
film.
Yeah. So he followed that up. He followed up MASH with Kelly's Heroes, like you said, playing Sergeant Oddball. And that led to perhaps his biggest turn at the time in 1971. Alan J. Pakula crime drama Clute. He starred opposite Jane Fonda in that. She won an Oscar, her first Oscar for that role.
It's a damn good movie.
He won a Golden Globe for the television movie Path to War and a Golden Globe for his performance in the miniseries Citizen X. Sutherland is survived by his wife, Francine Rassett, sons Rogue, Rossif, Angus, Kiefer, daughter Rachel, and 4 grandchildren. We have a couple of clips to play from Donald Sutherland.
As an example of his range, we can start with him as the professor in Animal House.
Okay, here we go.
Okay. Don't write this down, but I find Milton probably as boring as you find Milton. Mrs. Milton found him boring, too. He's a little bit long-winded. He doesn't translate very well into our generation, and his jokes are terrible. But that does not relieve you from your responsibility for this material. I'm waiting for reports from some of you. I'm not joking. This is my job.
So I recently read a book about Caddyshack, and before that it led into all the National Lampoon stuff. So they covered Animal House, and they were saying, getting Donald Sutherland, he was by far, and even he's just in the tiny bit of the movie.
Yes, he is.
By far the biggest paid celebrity from that movie.
He was a get.
He was a big get. They wanted a name in there as well, and he was the guy they got.
Not only
for it
is he a big get, he has a butt shot.
He shows his butt.
Yeah. He's wearing a sweater, and he reaches up to a high shelf, and it shows his bare ass, which is a very funny scene.
That long storied career, and all I could think about was Homer Simpson saying, and then we see Donald Sutherland's ass.
Oh, yeah. At the end, singing the credits from Animal House. All right, so here is a clip from what do you want to do next?
This is from Ordinary People. He was nominated for this role. Robert Redford directed this movie. I don't know if you've ever seen it, but it's an amazing performance, and this is the emotionally wrought realization that he's not sure about where his feelings for his wife.
Maybe you can't love anybody. It was so much Buck. When Buck died, it was as if you buried all your love with him, and I don't understand that. I just don't know. Maybe it wasn't even Buck. Maybe it was just you. Maybe finally it was the best of you that you buried. But whatever it was, I don't know who you are. Because I don't know if I love you anymore.
Wow. Wow, heavy stuff. What a phenomenal actor.
Great.
So I'm sure over the weekend there's going to be some of his films popping up. If you get a chance, make sure that you watch them. So 88 years old, Donald Sutherland. I have a few other stories to get to as well. The investigation into Matthew Perry's death continues as police question, and this is very vague, a celebrity linked to him. Last month, the LAPD, along with the DEA and the U.S. Postal Inspection Service, began investigating the circumstances of his death, and an insider has revealed that a woman, a celebrity who met him in rehab, has been questioned multiple times by authorities. Perry was found unresponsive in his pool last October. The medical examiner's report stated that he died from acute effects of ketamine, with drowning as a contributing factor. No illicit drugs or paraphernalia were found at his home, and his last ketamine infusion therapy was more than a week before his death. And investigators suspect that he received the fatal dose from another source, leading them to the woman in question. And she has cooperated with law enforcement, but denies any role in his death. The celebrity that in this story, it says, known for her marriage to an A-lister, was shocked when authorities arrived with a search warrant at her sober living house. Although she wasn't arrested, she did let officers search her room. She insists that she would never have harmed Perry, saying that they had depended heavily on each other during their recovery. So I don't know who that is.
It's obvious. It's Jenna Van Oy.
Jenna Van Oy
played Six on Blossom.
Oh, I didn't even think of.
Yeah, of course.
Well, so we'll see if there's a follow up to that. All right, I wish Kathy was here. It's official. Kevin Costner will not be returning to Yellowstone.
Yeah,
he posted a video on social media. We're going to play the clip here, in which he confirmed long mooted speculation that he was done with Paramount Plus's monster neo-Western drama Yellowstone. So here is what he had to say.
Hi, everyone. I just want to reach out and let you know that after this long year and a half of working on Horizon and doing all the things that's required, and thinking about Yellowstone, that beloved series that I love, that I know you love, I just realized that I'm not going to be able to continue season 5B or into the future. It was something that really changed me. I loved it, and I know you loved it. And I just wanted to let you know that I won't be returning. And I love the relationship we've been able to develop, and I'll see you at the movies.
Without him saying it, you almost hear him say, I love Preston.
I know.
Yeah,
you can hear it.
You can just
there's a little quaver in his voice.
I love Preston and Steve.
So I guess it's just he's so focused on the Horizon series, and that those TV shows take a lot of time.
They do.
They take a lot of time. Even if he were to go in and they were given like a 2-episode arc, it would be months out of his schedule.
Yeah, and the start and stop thing is what is it can wreak havoc with an actor's career. Now, he's obviously, Horizon is one of 4 movies that he's wrapping up, and then the big promote. In fact, Horizon, the first one officially premieres
on the 28th.
Yeah.
Yep. The second half of season 5 of Yellowstone will return November 10th, although an episode count has yet to be announced. There remain some lingering hopes that Kevin, who played the patriarch John Dutton, would return, although it was extremely unlikely he would have been featured in season 5, as those episodes had already been filming, and he had been busy with Horizon.
So it's my understanding, Preston, he has and is considering Jellystone, where he would play Ranger Smith.
No.
Which would be an interesting turn.
That would be.
Yeah.
So, it's not going to happen. And like Kathy was saying, how do they wrap it up? Now, I don't watch the show. How do they wrap it up without him? She said it would be almost impossible. They're going to have to kill him off.
He's out picking up takeout. I think that's what you're doing.
Never comes back.
I wonder if he knew when he was here, because he told you guys. Kathy straight up asked him.
Yeah, he knew.
She said.
I'm sure he knew.
He said, if I get the right script. And he must have just been getting tired of getting that question.
Yeah, and I'm sure there were underlying things, and for whatever reason, he couldn't say it at the time. I'm sure he had his mind made up, but you got to play the game a little bit, so therefore...
He's making love to us with his eyes.
Yeah. Jonathan Majors has secured his first major role following his assault trial last year. The actor was found guilty of 2 misdemeanor counts of harassment and assault and received 1 year of domestic violence counseling instead of jail time earlier this year. The actor will star in Merciless. It is a revenge thriller that tells the story of a CIA interrogator who has to defeat an evil force that has overtaken his girlfriend. Martin Villeneuve, who is the youngest brother of Dune director Denis Villeneuve, is set to direct. So he had said in a statement, Villeneuve said, Merciless intertwines the themes of possession, revenge, and personal justice with a haunting narrative. It explores the psychological descent of John, played by Majors, and the supernatural forces challenging his sanity.
Majors supposedly is also being courted for the role of Yogi in Jellystone.
No.
Yeah.
Everybody's getting on board.
Yeah.
Wow. This is great news. Michael Strahan is celebrating his daughter, Isabella Strahan, ending her chemotherapy. The proud dad and Good Morning America host shared a video of Isabella ringing the bell and hyped up his daughter on social media, saying, "You're a superwoman." And he had said, "You continue to fight with a smile on your face, strength and determination. I am one proud dad. Love you, Bella. Keep inspiring." She has gotten a ton of love in the comments, with Olivia Munn praising her as a warrior and Flavor Flav commenting, "May God bless you." She previously shared she had been diagnosed with brain cancer back in January. She's been documenting her journey on YouTube with her fans, even getting to see her dance in celebration after ringing the bell in the latest post. So that's great news. Kylie Jenner got emotional in the latest episode of The Kardashians. She broke down in tears after online commenters said she looked old in pictures taken at Paris Fashion Week.
I mean,
back in January.
When you watch the clip, you're like, I guess when you when I deal with this face every day, so this is old hat to me.
Yeah.
But the reaction, it's really interesting.
Here we go.
I'm kind of like so numb to people talking about my looks at this point, and I just want to know why on the internet no one says anything or think that it's okay.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah.
Wait, she's kind of numb to it?
Yeah.
But
she breaks down.
But she breaks down.
Yeah.
So she's not numb to it.
So she's not numb to it.
No, she's not. And in
She's fooling
fact,
herself.
here's the thing. She built an entire career based on her looks and based on specifically her lips, which there's all the lip kit, but she had artificially enhanced lips with filler.
Yep.
So that was all predicated on something that wasn't the case. So you're going to invite that.
So Kendall was there for her sister, and while Kylie shared that despite transitioning into a more natural look, taking steps to dissolving her lip filler, nothing changed, and then she broke down into tears. The two sisters hugged it out. Hug it out!
Hug it out!
With Kylie.
I love you!
Sharing that, talking it out with Kendall was kind of like therapy.
You don't understand. You're beautiful.
Let's see here. A few other things I want to get to. How about this one? Celebrity chef Bobby Flay and his girlfriend Christina Perez have called it quits.
What?
After 3 years of dating. People is reporting the couple they were introduced through mutual friends in 2020. They went public with their relationship in November of 2021. Yesterday, Perez hinted at romantic changes in her life in her A Friend Indeed newsletter.
I know what happened.
What?
She finally looked at him and said, "You know what? I'm not a big fan of your burgers."
Yeah, maybe that's it.
I'd kick her right to the curb. His burgers are great.
Last year, she said she spent the summer solstice with, quote, one of her favorite people picking roses for good luck and saying they symbolized love. This year, she wrote...
I just had the most wonderful day. I was picking roses for good luck.
This year, she wrote, I'll be doing that same ritual, but I'll be adding something too.
Tulips.
I'll scatter last year's petals to make space for the new.
Flay got out in time.
That rhymed.
Yeah.
Do you think she tried to rhyme, or did that just happen?
Well, let me read it again. Okay. This year, so she wrote, I'll be doing that same ritual, but I'll be adding something too. I'll scatter last year's petals to make space for the new.
Ah, that is good.
I don't know if she meant on purpose, but it reads like prose.
It do.
It do.
Yeah, she's pretty.
Yeah. I don't know. Would you put up with all that flower petal talk for that?
I gotta hear her voice first.
Again with the flower petals. Shut up.
All right, so the Penguin spinoff series, spawning from the 2022 film The Batman, has its first trailer.
I love the conceit. Yeah,
the 8-episode series follows Oswald Cobblepot, the Penguin, in his rise to power in Gotham in the underworld. Colin Farrell stars in the title role, with Kristen Milioti as mob boss Carmine Falcone's daughter, Sophia. Michael Zegan is Carmine's son, Alberto, and Clancy Brown as Salvatore Moroni, one of Gotham's former top gangsters. So I watched the trailer. It looks like a straight-ahead mobster thing.
It's a straight-ahead mobster thing.
Yeah, if it's the Penguin, I'm sorry. I need some gadgets, man. I need something, a little bit of something.
That's supposed to be coming. The performance is so amazing. And then Casey, for you, towards the end of season 1, he moves in with his cousin Balky.
Dude.
Yeah.
Balky Bartakamus?
Yeah.
Wow. The Penguin premieres on Max this September. Yeah. Colin Farrell is unrecognizable.
Yeah.
As Cobblepot. He's amazing.
Love him.
I mean,
you guys watching Sugar at all?
No.
I think you're going to enjoy it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have to go back and watch it because
It's called Sugar?
Yeah. It's good.
It's on
like
Apple.
Beautifully shot. It's very like film noir. But Case, I watched the last episode and I was so lost.
Oh, really?
And
because Craig Legans, who I trust his opinion, he's like, dude, stay all the way to the end.
Okay.
Yeah, Press. It is very film noir. A lot of like voiceover with him, like
a very Raymond Chandler, private detective-ish, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And a very sexy scene of him swimming in a pool.
The Penguin premieres on Max this September, by the way. The world portrayed in the science fiction horror film Megan is being expanded with a new erotic thriller titled Soulmate. It's not a sequel, it's a spin-off, which is set, for release in January of 2026. So the story follows a man who acquires an AI android to cope with the loss of his wife and inadvertently turns the love bot into a deadly soulmate.
Okay, so the plan years ago was after the second Halloween movie that they would do movies under the Halloween banner.
Yeah.
And so they'd have movies like that's how you got Season of the Witch with the third Halloween movie. So I think that's what they're looking to do with this. Oh, make Megan sort of the stepping off point for like a Black Mirror series of movies.
Did you like Megan?
I did. Okay. Megan is essentially child's play. It's really what it is. I mean, he gets a doll, a toy that this thing is a lot more advanced. But I did like Megan. I thought it was well done.
So the film combines 90s domestic thriller elements with a modern technological twist. Soulmate will be directed by Kate Dolan, who wrote and directed 2021's You Are Not My Mother. Dolan describes her vision for the film as an exploration of relationships and loneliness, delving into the depths of human emotion in a technologically advancing world. And then I wanted to mention this, Casey, because you were a big fan of Dexter.
Yeah.
Patrick Dempsey has joined the Dexter prequel series called Dexter Original Sin. And Dempsey is going to play Aaron Spencer, who is the captain of the Miami Metro Homicide Department. Spencer has a long-running history with Dexter's adoptive dad, Harry Morgan, who will be played by Christian Slater.
So who in the was it Lithgow who played? Who was Lithgow in Dexter?
Hang on. No, he just played another.
Did he play Churchill in that as well?
He did not. No, he played a serial killer that came across. So that was the story arc for his season. To me, it was really, really wild that he would always run into these serial killers. And I'm like,
it's one of those things where it's like there used to be the series The Night Stalker, and I love the Night Stalker movies 1 and 2. He moves to Chicago. The reporter Carl Kolchak. And Preston, it's one of those things where the conceit is every week he's fighting a monster. And I'm like, does anybody in Chicago ever turn around and go, what's with all these goddamn monsters?
Patrick Gibson is set to play a young Dexter Morgan, while Molly Brown will play Dexter's sister, Deborah Morgan. Dexter Original Sin takes place 15 years before the original show began in 1991. And it will follow a young Dexter in Miami as he transforms from a student into the avenging serial killer of the original series. No word on when it will actually premiere. We do know that the first season will run for 10 episodes on Paramount Plus with Showtime. All right, we got new movies opening this weekend. right, first up, we got The Bike Riders, crime, drama, starring Jodie Comer, Austin Butler, and Tom Hardy. The Bike Riders captures a rebellious time in America when the culture and people were changing. After a chance encounter at a local bar, strong-willed Kathy is inextricably drawn to Benny, the newest member of Midwestern Motorcycle Club, the Vandals, led by the enigmatic Johnny. Much like the country around it, the club begins to evolve, transforming from a gathering place for local outsiders into a dangerous underworld of violence, forcing Benny to choose between Kathy and his loyalty to the club. It's an hour and 56 minutes long. It is rated R. It gets a wide theater release, and Rotten Tomatoes score clocks in at 82%.
Not bad.
Then you have Thelma, which is a comedy and action film. Stars June Squibb, Fred Hetchinger, and Richard Roundtree. An elderly grandmother is an unlikely action hero. Through grit and determination, Thelma demonstrates that she is more than capable of taking care of business, despite what her daughter Gail, son-in-law Alan, or grandson Danny might believe. Thelma proves that revenge is a dish best served cold, even though it might be wearing a cardigan sweater. Running time is an hour and 37 minutes long. It's rated PG-13. It gets a wide theater release, and it gets a Rotten Tomatoes score of 99%.
No way.
Yeah, they say it's hilarious. She is literally, it is a revenge movie with a grandma.
All right, and what was she in?
Hubie Halloween.
That's it. She was the mom of Hubie Halloween. We were talking about that yesterday.
Preston, you mentioned her yesterday, and so you were talking about Thelma, this movie.
Yeah.
But I misheard you. And so I looked up Velma, the live or the cartoon
Scooby-Doo?
from Scooby-Doo. She's in that too.
No way!
So she's in Velma and Thelma.
That's
And
funny.
I was like, oh, I guess she's doing a voice for Velma, which she is. But the movie that she's promoting is Thelma.
Was she in Selma by any chance?
She was in Selma.
Oh my God, that'd be perfect. Wow. All right,
She played Martin Luther King.
we are ready for the clips. The Letterkenny spinoff, Shoresy, shows a struggling hockey team striving to never lose again. And here, former professional hockey player turned actor Terry Ryan shares how an old injury paved the way for a new career.
I kept the tooth out because I started to get some roles like soldiers or gangsters or whatever it would be. Not a hockey player until Letterkenny, if you can believe it. I saw something there. I said, okay, I have an opportunity here. I got in, and let's give this something.
What?
So, Shoresy is available for streaming today, and you can find that on Hulu. Here's our next clip. Orphan Black Echoes follows a group of women in 2052 unraveling their identities amid a scientific conspiracy. Here, young star Amanda Fix talks about working with a veteran cast.
Being a lead of a film is a big responsibility. I was one of the younger people on set, and I feel like having people like who were great collaborators and people to work with, that I didn't feel like pressure to lead in any way.
I don't think I want to see it.
Orphan Black Echoes is streaming on AMC if you want to see it or if you don't want to see it. All right, and there you go. That's what we have in the entertainment report for you this morning. Let's take a break. We got a piping hot Friday morning to deal with, so we'll do our best to give you a little bit of relief on your drive in. We will have some bizarre foul stories. We'll dabble into the connoisseur. We'll have a chance for you to win some tickets to join us a day off at Dorney and more. So stay put. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve. You know what? It's all a blur.
Okay.
Like, we got in, I think, yesterday morning, and by the way, I slept on the flight. Like, I've just been sleeping nonstop.
Was, in fact, Mark Hamill on that flight?
He was.
Oh.
Yeah, there's a great video that Mark posted of him talking about this secret project that he's a part of, and you can see Bert comes around the corner with his shirt off, drinking wine. It was so well done. How did you get Mark involved in this movie, Bert?
So it's kind of tricky because of COVID. We kind of had to narrow it down to like it was a difficult sell because not everyone that is old enough to play my dad would want to come to Serbia.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And we got word that Mark Hamill was just interested, and everyone dropped everything and was like, hold on. That means Darth Vader's my grandfather.
I didn't even think about that.
We lost it, and we took a meeting with him, and he was, it's amazing. You forget, actors really know what they're talking about. He had read the script. He had questions about it. he didn't like certain aspects of it and wondered if we could change it. And we were all like, Mark, we'll turn this into whatever movie you want it to be.
Yeah. No, it's so cool. One thing since the beginning of the exposure to Mark Hamill in interviews, even for way back when the first Star Wars movie came out, one thing was clear. The dude has a really good sense of humor. So he's got to connect to stuff like this.
I told him, I said, I want to shoot a promo outside the private jet like I do for my tours for this. And so we had like a crew from Legendary to go shoot it. And I said, I gave him, I mean, I swear to God, I've given so many more notes to people. All I said was, I'm going to do like an intro read. You just come up and I'll be like, what's up? And just say, just get on the plane. And I'll go, hey, I thought we could do that. And then just cut me off. We did one take and it turned perfectly. I sat with the executive from Legendary and I go, okay, I can't tell if that's because he's such a great actor or did we just get lucky? Like,
yeah. Well, Bert, you strike me as somebody that not much rattles you, but maybe you'd be not intimidated by Mark, but are you blown away by the fact that he's in this movie with you? Because he is a legendary. He is Luke Skywalker.
We watched Star Wars the day before I left with my kids.
Yes.
And my daughters are like, I cannot believe that's going to be Papa. Like, I cannot believe. He is the reason I got into movies. Like, it's not lost on me at all.
Wow. So a couple things you mentioned. Is Legendary behind this? Are they is it the company? So they're on a huge roll. And is this a Netflix movie or is it okay? It's
no. I know you can see me. I just shook my head as if we're not doing radio right now.
Full theatrical release.
We want to put it in theaters.
Yeah.
Yes.
Dude, that's awesome. It's so cool. And so the fact that this, I was thinking about this when the whole idea of The Machine, the movie, came up. This was such a part of your embryonic act early on, and what you would talk about in the story is just incredibly, people never get sick of hearing about it, but this will now give you the opportunity, once it's done, when people ask about it, you can just say, watch the movie. Because how many times have you told the story?
This isn't the origin. This isn't that story, though, isn't this?
It's a little bit past.
It's a follow-up to it, Bert?
So we had pitched versions of the story to a bunch of different places, and we went into Legendary, and this guy, Kale, who is a guy who I ran into like 9 years ago, and he saw me do stand-up once in Burbank, and he gave me his card, and he goes, I want to do a movie with you.
Wow.
This is like 9 years ago. And now I'm in his office, and he goes, all right, you got to do one movie. He was like, I want to do a movie with you. What movie do you want to do? And I said, well, if I got one movie to do, it's The Machine. And he goes, how would you tell that? And I go, I got to be honest with you, Kale. I don't know. I said, my biggest fear is I'm going to get hired for a corporate one day, and I'll get there, and they'll go, just tell The Machine. And it'll be the Russian mafia. And he lit up and he goes, say no more, say no more.
Wow.
Let's do this movie. And so
Go ahead.
Based off that little pitch, we got writers attached, then a director, and then all of a sudden everything kind of built off of that.
The director is Peter Antencio. Is that how it's pronounced?
Peter Intencio.
Intencio. So he's from Key and Peele, and he did the movie Keanu as well, right?
Yeah.
The guy.
And then you forget, like, he really puts the work in. Like, I'm doing a wardrobe fitting the other day, and they're like, well, he sees a lot of oranges in this movie. And I was like, he's thinking about colors? And they're like, yeah, he's a director, you moron.
He's concerned with visuals?
I was like, I'm so used to doing like Instagram videos. I don't think about anything.
You don't think about color correction and things like that.
Oh, that's great.
So you're in quarantine right now for a couple days, right? When does filming actually start?
Filming, we have rehearsals for a couple weeks.
Okay.
Filming starts, I think, May 4th.
May 4th.
May the 4th be with you. That's right.
You gotta be kidding me.
Excellent.
Yeah, what's hilarious is we put out the video and it's got a lot of traction, and like everyone hit me up. Like even like people who don't get fazed by it, like Rogan was like, dude, Mark Hamill's your dad? And then and then I went on the news, and my news Google feed, and I was in my own Google feed news, and it said Bert Kreischer is not going to rehab.
Yeah, Bert, I got an email from someone who was like, hey, since he's your godfather, I thought I'd reach out to you. Is Bert really going to rehab, or was that a joke?
I was like, there's no way.
There's no way. Yeah.
I said it to Casey.
Yeah, we were doing Two Bears, One Cave, and Segura wanted to say, congrats on the movie. And we couldn't talk about it yet.
Right.
And he goes, tell everyone where you're going. And I go, I can't. And he goes, just say it. And I go, I can't. And he goes, say it. And I go, I'm going to rehab. And it made us laugh. And we just kept talking about it. And then we forgot to say, I'm not going to rehab. Angela, everyone sent me these really heartfelt messages like, this is a new step in your journey.
Oh, my God.
Bert, have we spoken?
More believable that I would be going to rehab than shooting a movie.
Yeah.
Have we spoken to you since the whole Jennifer Aniston thing happened?
No, you have not.
Okay, so for our listeners, explain how that all came, how that all happened.
So Segura and I were doing Two Bears, One Cave, and he made up a lie, and he said he met Jennifer Aniston. and I really fell for it. And and it was a funny story, a funny lie. And then I said, we should make a pact. If we ever meet Jennifer Aniston, we've got to bring the other one with us. And he's like, okay. He's like, well, let's set up the scenario. You pitch it to her. How would you want to meet? I said, I want to meet at her house. And he's like, that's a little aggressive to say, I want to meet at your house. And I was like, well, we can't do it at my house. We can't do it at your house. And he's like, should we bring our wives? And I'm like, no. And then I go, can she bring someone? And he goes, yeah, probably for safety. And then he caught himself and he goes, maybe that's not the message we want to send out.
You're going to need protection.
Laughing at the idea that we were pitching that she should bring safety to a meeting with us, and we laughed probably for 10 minutes. Literally just laughed for 10 minutes. And then one night I'm getting ready I get done working out. I'm at the new house. I'm getting ready to have a cocktail, and Segura calls me and he goes, have you checked your DMs? And I was like, wait, what? And he goes, check your DMs. I checked my DMs and I got a DM from Jennifer Aniston.
Wow.
And we lost it. I mean, it was like you guys are the funniest guys. And then we're like, do not let her watch any of the Reese Witherspoon stuff we've done. I don't think she'll think we're funny anymore.
Right. Yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah. Wow.
It was crazy.
So going back to the movie for a second, Bert, Mark Hamill's the only name that's been announced associated with this. Is there, can we leak a little information here on the Preston and Steve Show? Anybody else that we might know is involved in the project?
I don't know. I don't know how to say their names.
Are you using a lot of local actors or actors from Europe that we might not be familiar with?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're using a lot of them. The guy playing Igor is awesome. I mean, if I send you his video, I'll send you his video.
Yeah.
If I can get it today, I'll send it to you, and you will fall in love with this dude the second he says the machine. That's my favorite casting probably that I've seen. Actually, everyone's great. The girl. I don't know who I can say, but by the way, I can't even say any of their names. So.
Yeah. No, it's so cool.
I would love to see like Boban. How do you say his last name? Basketball player, 7'5".
He's in
Bobby.
He's in John Wick 3, Parabellum. Yeah.
That guy would be great. I don't know. But anyway, that's not what I wanted to ask you. So you do Two Bears in One Cave. You're also doing this podcast with Bill Burr. We're actually going to have Bill Burr on the show tomorrow. So why do you giggle like that?
I bet that guy makes me giggle. Has he ever told you about the time he was at the Sistine Chapel?
No.
Should we ask him about it?
Or is he going to get mad?
No. He's like, I'm such a moron, Bert. He goes, I'm at the Sistine Chapel with my wife. We're looking up, and I'm thinking, this is great. You know what? If someone was smart, they'd open a bar right outside here and call it the 17th Chapel.
17th? The 16th Chapel.
That's fantastic. Giggled so hard. We did a podcast with Stanhope, and all we did was talk about day drinking, best day drinking scenarios. And Bill hasn't drank in like 2 years. Yeah. And I swear to God, all of us almost fell off the wagon.
By the way, here's a connection. You're going to be related to Mark Hamill in The Machine, and Bill Burr's on The Mandalorian. You're all now living in the Star Wars universe to some extent. That's pretty wild.
Yeah, what's interesting is I got an offer to be on The Mandalorian like 2 months ago. They hit me up. They sent me with this role, and they're like, hey, you interested? And I was just like, I'll pass. What? And my daughter lost it. They're like, why? What are you doing? And I was like, well, I don't know. I mean, I don't really. not really like I don't watch The Mandalorian. Like I tried to watch it, I couldn't get into it.
Right.
And my daughters lost it. They lost it.
It's a great show. It's so freaking good. Yeah.
Yeah. And so then when we got Mark Hamill to play my dad, I went, I think I'm still a Jedi, guys. Like, it runs in the family.
You know, Bill's whole thing is he's always made fun of the Star Wars universe. He's always, and here he is, and he jokes, he talks about, you're friends with him. And here he is square in the middle, and now he's having to sort of sheepishly say, okay, I kind of get it now, you know?
Oh, yeah, wait, that's a great one. Ask him to tell you about all the stuff going on in season 1. Say, hey, Bill, the seasons you did, tell us about the story.
Oh, he has no idea.
He hasn't watched any of them.
All right, yeah, we'll get him on that.
Bert, it was years ago. We had done this live broadcast. Basically, it was from like a trash company, right? So it's a place.
Yeah.
They won an opportunity. They did a charity drive, and they won an opportunity for us to broadcast live. And Bill Burr came out, and we actually flew him out to this live broadcast in a helicopter.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's going to remember that, but it was so funny because that was like...
He has, it was a little while back that he first enlightened us to a song lyric that said, roly-poly on my wrist. And it's not just the way, it's the way the guy says it, too.
Yeah.
Can you please...
Roly-poly on my wrist.
Yes.
And who is that?
And
oh, my gosh, I always forget. 21 Savage or... Travis Scott, one of those two. I think it's 21 Savage.
Been driving him crazy, and I saw this story this morning, and I thought this might be kind of fun to explore and welcome people to call in with their 2 cents. But this was a Reddit post that asked the question, what is, objectively, the worst song lyrics ever made? And it immediately got over like 8,000 responses right off the bat. And it's everything, and I've got some examples here, and it's everything that is cringeworthy to stupid to just doesn't make any sense at all. So it's all over the place in its description.
There's one that comes to mind immediately for me that I think for the longest time had that was upper echelon horrible lyric, which is you can take that cookie.
Oh, and sticking up your yeah?
Yeah.
And sticking up your yeah. From
Limp Bizkit.
Limp Bizkit. Yeah.
To me, I was like, man, that is, if I've ever heard a lyric filler that finally made it to the song, just say cookie up your yeah and we'll find out. We'll come up with something later.
Well, I mean, listen, if Fred Durst is the main lyricist for the band, he's an idiot anyway.
Yeah.
So, you know, if you got that guy, here's a pot calling the kettle black.
Well, some of the examples on this list are, like I said, are cringeworthy. So here's a gem from Kid Rock. He had said, I don't know what song it is. I like them underage. See you say that it's statutory, but I say that it's mandatory. Wow.
What?
Yeah. Didn't know that one.
No. And isn't the next lyric, I really love Cacciatore.
And here's one from Ted Nugent from a song called Jailbait. And it says, well, I don't care if you're just 13. You look too good to be true.
No, oh, my God.
Well, 13?
Think of the Stray Cats, right?
Sexy and 17. Or just the song 17 from Winger.
Yeah.
She's only 17. Daddy says she's too young, but that's good enough for me.
What about she's 9 and so fine?
Oh, my God.
Even the Beatles.
Yeah. Ringo Starr had she's 16, she's beautiful, and she's mine.
Yeah, she's in my basement right now.
Yeah. Is that the one you were thinking of, Marissa? Because that's a solo song.
Wasn't the one she was just 17.
Saw her standing there.
Saw her standing there, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's another Beatles song, which I think needs a mention, which is Run for Your Life. Okay. That lyric is, the refrain goes, you better run for your life if you can, little girl. Catch you with another man, that's the end, little girl. Meaning, in fact, the opening line is, I'd rather see you dead, little girl, than to see you with another man.
Oh, by the way,
wow.
I really like that song.
It's a great song.
It's a great song.
But,
when you think about the lyrics. Well, I love the scene in Bohemian Rhapsody when they're I love my car.
Yes,
when
I'm in love with my car.
And they give him hell.
Oh, yeah. What was you talking about there, in that lyric? All right, so outside of the sex stuff, here are a few other ones. So Faith Hill and Tim McGraw, they apparently have a lyric that says, so I need you like a needle needs a vein, like my Uncle Joe in Oklahoma needs the rain. And there's one from Blake Shelton. Here you go.
Okay.
Here's a lyrical genius. Chewed tobacco, chewed tobacco, chewed tobacco, spit.
But he's right.
What's that about?
That's actually the process of chewing and spitting tobacco.
Yeah.
Captured beautifully.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds like a not a nursery room, but like a
Chew tobacco, like a chew tobacco. Chew tobacco.
no, you know what I'm
chew
thinking.
tobacco,
One
spit.
potato, two potato, three potato, four. That's what that sounds like. Okay.
Feel free to chime in with your favorite stupid lyric or worst lyric of all time.
There are word salad gobbledygook type lyrics, and then there are ones that are just make no sense, that are just poorly worded.
Right. I have a problem with rhyming words with the same word, but then you have this the issue of like, okay, black masses, just like witches at black masses.
Yeah.
He rhymes masses with
Generals
masses.
gather in their masses, just like witches at black masses.
So it's two different meanings.
Two different meanings.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. So masses meaning,
Yeah,
a large group of
that'll
people,
work.
and then a mass more like a ritual.
Nah, it's still lazy.
Right?
It's the same word.
It's the same
Even
word.
if it has different meaning.
I'm inclined to give it a little bit more latitude if that's the case, if it's used for that way. But I think the best thing to do would be to refrain from repeating the word as you're.
Nick, let me ask you this. What about a word like low and then below?
That's still lazy.
It's still lazy. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's fine. I can't write a song, so I mean, again, this is I shouldn't judge at all. I just find like if you're a songwriter and you're rhyming masses with masses, even if the meaning is different, that's kind of lazy.
So we want to know, like, when you hear a song and a line, a lyric or whatever comes along and like you won't even sing it. Like you might like the song, but that line is just like, no. Or you need to turn the song off all completely because that one line
just drives you nuts.
Gets under your skin. I'll go to Will because he wants to chime in with one. Hi, Will. Good morning.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Hey, good morning to see you, bud. What's up?
So, how about this one?
Yes,
Chili
around
Peppers.
the world. Around the world from Red Hot Chili Peppers. That one, I kind of have to shut my ears.
It's only okay because it's the Chili Peppers.
Yeah. But it is really stupid. And what I don't know is if Anthony couldn't come up with a line.
Right.
Because they will do that. Some people will do that in the studio. They'll just, sing a melody. They'll essentially scat.
A filler. Yeah.
And then eventually find something for that. And I'm wondering if he just never got around to it or not.
Yeah, just like kept that in the song.
Good question. All right, thank you, Will.
And it makes it to the final album. Yeah.
I mean, listen, one of my favorite Fish songs, I don't even know what the words really are or mean. Impress, you like the song. It's called Gotta Jaboo.
Yeah.
Like, Mama Sing, once you got a Jaboo. Mama Sing, Gotta Jaboo.
Yeah.
That's it. Mama Sing, Gotta Jaboo too. I'm like, I don't even know but it's a great song.
Yeah.
Sometimes though, and that'll work.
Yeah.
So, but the ones I think, and what this Reddit thread at least is those things that just when you hear them in the song, they actually annoy you.
Here's one from Sporty O, and the lyric is, "Her body smoking, bet she die from cancer."
Her body smoking, bet she die from cancer. Now they took that from a Tony Bennett song.
Pitbull has the line, "You know me, I'm off the cut, always like a squirrel looking for a nut." Okay.
Wait, what?
I don't know, man. You got me. You know me. I'm off the cut, always like a squirrel looking for a nut.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't know what off the cut means.
I have a feeling
I'm a little bit lost.
He wanted to add nut, and he figured cut would rhyme with that, and he backed up and put that in there. So let's go to Brian. Hi, Brian. Good morning.
Good morning, Nick.
Hey, what's up? Good morning to see you, Brian. What's up?
No, I forget who's thinking, but somewhere in this town there's going to be a jailbreak tonight.
Oh, that's
going to be the jail.
Thin Lizzy.
It's going to be the jail. We know where the jailbreak's going to be.
Somewhere.
He's making a lucid point.
You have a great point. Somewhere in this town is going to be a jailbreak. Well, I guess it's going to be at the jail. That's a good one, Brian.
And I can get how that would piss you off.
And then has that always stuck with you? Like it just stood out?
It's always bothered me. Like, yes, we know where the jailbreak is. There's one jail in the town.
I love it.
So there's one.
Never thought about that.
My father used to get pissed off. Yeah, there you go.
All right, thanks, bud.
Thunder only happens when it rains.
Oh,
Fleetwood Mac.
Thunder only happens when it's raining.
But it doesn't always happen when.
No.
Yeah.
No, I agree. Okay,
Yeah.
so
and for my
can you
dad,
turn
it's
this off?
stuck in his craw.
So for the subject wise,
It just pissed him off.
he just couldn't let it go.
I love the song.
I know that I have some of those.
Yeah.
And I can't think of them as well, where I'm like, come on. And it's not, and it's just, it does, it's logically, it doesn't make sense. And I think they'll come to me.
Well, for example, is grease the word? Right?
It's the time. It's got move. It's got feeling. All that stuff. But I don't know if it's the word or not.
No, I don't think. I thought the bird was.
Roger is on the line. Hi, Roger. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. How you doing
Good
today?
morning. Good morning to see you, Roger. All right. What drives you nuts lyrically?
So the Billy Joel song "We Didn't Start the Fire." Being a hard rock heavy metal fan,
Yep.
Billy Joel always says it wasn't intentional, but it was just kind of convenient when he says heavy metal suicide.
Right.
There was a lot of suicides around like heavy metal songs.
Yes.
Yeah. I just hate that. Drives me nuts because I think that's just unfair to heavy metal music.
No,
It's a lazy way.
I've heard he was making a commentary because it's about things that were happening in pop culture. There was a time where a couple of people had died, and there was a legal suit against, I think it might have been against Ozzy. Ozzy. It was Suicide Solution, but there was also Judas Priest.
Yes,
in Backwards Masking, supposedly songs that had
demonic messages
backwards. So I think he's just adding that to the lexicon. Or it was part of the lexicon, and he added it to the song. I don't think it was to beat up on heavy metal. I think it was just what was happening in the news at the time. But Roger, you can still hate it.
But also,
I'm still going to hate it no matter what he says, even if he told it personally to my face.
It sticks in your craw. That's all that matters. I love that scene in A Little Nicky where it turns out like Chicago actually has all the demonic messages in it.
Is the follow-up lyric to that the children of thalidomide?
Children of thalidomide.
It might be.
All right, because it does follow a timeline.
It does.
And so you can understand the lyric a little bit more if you understand like the time that he's singing about in that song.
The main takeaway, though, is that we didn't start that fire.
Nope.
Yep. All right. So stupid lyrics or lyrics that are just the worst for whatever reason you have. We're going to go to Sean next. Hey, Sean, good morning.
Hey, Press, how are you?
Good, buddy. What's up?
All right. Hey, so Pompatus of Love, Steve Miller Band, The Joker.
Yeah.
Don't get it, man.
Nobody does. He made it up.
Pompatus is a word he made up.
He literally pulled it out of thin air.
Yeah.
Yep. It has no real meaning.
By the way, I used to hate Steve Miller, and now I'm a big fan of Steve Miller.
How could anybody ever hate Steve Miller?
Well, because of stuff like that. Like, I used to drive me crazy. Like, and then all of a sudden, I'm like, big old jet airliner.
John Love,
I'm
man.
like, yeah, I guess I like him.
Yeah,
but
I don't like how he says airliner though, because he makes it airlino, and it drives me crazy.
Well, what if someone comes grooving up Slola?
Slola? Yeah, that's Aerosmith's take on "Come Together," not the Beatles.
I don't hear lino.
Yeah, you should
old jet airliner. I hear line up.
Preston, it very well could be on me.
Okay.
Because I heard Shiloh when the name of the song is Shallow. But next time you hear big old jet airlino, take a closer listen.
That's like Tom Sawyer.
Tom Sawyer.
Yeah, Tom Sawyer. I don't think he does it that way.
Okay. Who sings that don't impress me much?
That is Shania Twain.
Impress me much.
Impress me much.
You know, I'm looking through a list of, I think Forbes had a similar list, Preston, but this is, sometimes the lyrics that are confusing and frustrating, and I love the Killers, but Are We Dance? I'm down on my knees searching for the answer. Are we human or are we dancer? And I never understood.
Are we human or are we dancer? Maybe it's Santa's reindeer.
Ah!
Because dancer is a name.
Pick that one, yes. It could have been Blitzen.
I don't know. I need to hear Jet Airlino. Which, by the way, Steve Miller's going to be in town Tuesday, July 23rd at Citizens Bank Park. We just gave away tickets earlier. You can go to WMMR.com for a chance to win. All right, here comes the lyric.
I hear a lino there.
Hang on.
Now I hear it.
That's
Nick
our
was
lino.
right.
I hear Lina.
I hear Lino.
I don't know.
When you mentioned the word dancer, Steve, it made me think of that Pink song, Don't Get Fancy, Just Get Dancy.
Yes, Casey's
Shut up.
always hated that.
I hate it. I can't.
I hate if you're too school for cool. That's from the same song.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
To me, you're like, all right, you're trying too hard.
But you know what happens,
You know?
and you end up falling down this this pitfall here is that they're being creative as songwriters,
Yeah.
and it's not a skill I have at all. But yet, some things are just sound atonal or sound weird, and it'll drive you out of your mind.
Yeah. On this Reddit list, and I would be remiss if I didn't mention this, but they had posted that one of the worst lyrics of all time is "sucking on a chili dog."
Sucking on a chili dog.
Yep.
Sucking on a chili dog.
And I think
Sucking
essentially because one would be eating instead of sucking on a chili dog.
Do we still have the longer version of that?
Probably.
Chili dog. That's my favorite. That is my favorite part.
Tom McGovern.
Chili dog.
Yep.
All right, yeah. Do you guys mind?
No, absolutely.
Okay. All right.
Sucking on a chili dog. 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 Chili dog. Sucking on a chili dog. Sucking on a dog. Sucking on a chili dog. Chili. Sucking on a chili dog. Sucking on a dog. Sucking on a chili dog. Sucking on.
By the way, Tom McGovern is really talented. He's a super nice guy. And one of these days we're going to get him in studio because he does tour. And he had a song that came out this year about the trees that smell like male essence.
Yes.
And there's no way we can ever play it. It's way too vulgar. But Steve, it is hilarious. You would absolutely love it. Yeah.
It's about the CUM trees.
Yes.
And it's absolutely hilarious. All right, a couple I'm not familiar with that we have on the phone lines. I'm going to go to Jeff, who's got an Aussie one to add. Hey, Jeff, morning, bud.
Good morning. How are you guys?
Awesome. All right, so what is this Ozzy lyric?
So it's from one of his newest releases.
Yep.
And I love Ozzy. He's one of my favorite artists up there. And, he writes a great ballad. But one of the more recent songs, there's a line in the song, I'm going to make you defecate.
Really?
You guys play it on air.
We play it. We play the song. I think we mentioned it too.
Maybe. Okay, hang
Casey, it's definitely one that was in rotation for a while.
No, I'm trying to think if it's the.
It's Ain't Love Great, It Make You Defecate.
It might be Patient Number 9. I have to hear the I got to hear the beginning of the song.
Is there a way out of it?
Is this it, Jeff?
Yeah, I think that's it.
Tell me how to take a dump, please. No, it's Straight to Hell. Is apparently Marissa pulled this up, or Grace pulled this up. Yeah. All right, thank you, Jeff. That would definitely rank up there. I'm going to make you defecate.
I remember, hearing that for the first time, and I'm like, wait, really? Did you?
Well,
okay.
Listen, you scored a song that's getting airplay that's mentioning defecate.
But like, how many, ears did that go through? Defecate. That's
like
great.
that.
This is great.
Do we have a better word for poop? Yeah,
Ozzy,
defecate.
Run with it. Run with it. I don't know where in the song this is, so we're not gonna wait for it.
Okay,
but
good. We're not gonna wait for defecate.
No, we'll do the chili dog, but we're not going to defecate. Let me go to, here's definitely a good one. I have Christy on the line. Hi, Christy. Good morning.
Good morning, It.
Good morning to see you, Christy. So, worst song lyrics of all time, in your opinion?
You guys covered this one when it came out. The Kanye song, the scoopity whoopty poopty thing.
Poopity scoop.
Poopity scoop.
Poopity scoop. And it's just unbelievable horrible. But
whoop?
Yeah.
Whoopity scoop. Scoopity
We bring it up every time we scoop out the cat litter box.
That would be, that's where you could apply that to.
Absolutely.
He could make a mint or more money by selling that to Arm & Hammer.
Arm & Hammer.
Something like that. All right.
The thing wasn't recorded in a vacuum. So somebody at least was standing in the other side of the booth going, yeah, Kanye.
Yo,
yeah.
well, you know for a fact that Kanye, you know, he doesn't suffer criticism.
Yep.
So hey, I'm sure he's surrounded by a ton of yes men.
Actually, when I heard that for the first
Thanks,
time,
Christy.
I actually thought it was basically an FU to all of his fans. Like, these
Right.
guys are going to listen
They're
to
gonna
this.
buy this.
They're going to
Yeah,
buy this.
watch. I'm gonna release this.
I'm going to
Yeah.
make money off of this garbage.
Let me see. I'm going to go to Zamir. Hi, Zamir. Good morning.
Morning.
What's up, bud?
You guys rock.
Oh, thank you, man. All right, so what do you want to add to this growing list?
So there was a song that was playing frequently when I worked in retail. I have no idea why this thing wasn't taken off. It's from Pumped Up Kicks, and the chorus goes, "All the other kids with the pumped up kicks, you better run, outrun that guy."
Yeah.
Now this was playing during a time when we were having school shootings twice a year at least,
Right.
and this was never taken off of like I've heard this all the time when I was working retail and radio.
So what happened is it would end up in a Muzak system, or it would end up in one of their systems. And were you working at like an American Eagle or something like that, or what? Where were you working?
I was working at a pet store.
Okay, pet store. I don't know why they'd have that playing in a pet store. But yeah, actually what happens a lot of times around the time of school shootings or any sort of thing where I remember Let the Bodies Hit the Floor was taken.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, they'll take stuff off I happen to like that song. Was that Force of the Children? What was it?
Force of the People.
Force of the People, yeah.
Yeah. Interesting. All right, thanks, Amir. Appreciate it. Yeah, sometimes song lyrics become sensitive around big things that happen, and people, their mind will put two and two together and connect the songs, even though there's zero intention whatsoever. And over the years, sometimes we've had to pull back a few songs just out of sensitivity because some people will get upset by it.
My uncle just shot himself, and his name was Poopity Scoop.
All right, so rhyming words with words is a no-no in our book, but what are your thoughts on changing the pronunciation of a word in order for it to rhyme with another word?
To contort it? I don't like it.
Yeah.
That's one of the big issues. Like Generalino.
There's been one that kind of bothered me a little bit, not to too much extent, and it's a message in a bottle from the police.
Yeah.
Rescue me before I fall into dismay. Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hold the mayo.
Hold the mayo. I think he's saying dismayo, or is he saying despair? Oh, despair.
Is he doing sort of a
well, they do
a Rasta kind of
well,
rip?
yeah, and the police, they had several songs where they would have like an ayo, like a kind of a just a
banana boatish song.
Yeah. It's kind of like scatting. It's gibberish, but it's melodic.
But I know.
And it's a refrain. But I think it's rescue me before I fall into dismay. Oh. And it only bothers me just a itty bitty
I
bit.
know, and
Not
it's
too
weird.
much.
A lot of times it doesn't make any sense. It's just the way you hear it.
Yeah. On this list, here's one from Rick Ross. It says, "Put Molly all in her champagne. She ain't even know it. I took her home and I enjoyed that. She ain't even know it."
Oh,
whoops!
so I slipped her a Mickey and I raped her. Okay.
Yep.
All right, Rick
Yep.
Ross.
I mean, some of them delve into the cringe.
What's wrong with that song?
And not just
It's on my pool mix.
and not just stupid lyrics.
Yeah,
That's actually very cringy. Here's another one, which is dumb. This is from Puffy. Young, rich, and famous, money dripping out the anus.
Oh my God.
Young rich,
yes,
dripping out the anus.
Money dripping out the anus. Wow. All right, here's some texts that are coming in. This one says, "From losing my religion, REM, I think I thought I saw you. How do you not know for sure if you thought something?"
Yeah, that's it's so
I
repetitive.
think I thought.
Yeah.
Another one says, Taylor Swift, "We can leave the Christmas lights up till January." Yeah, everyone does, it says here. So, all right.
Okay, not so bad.
Yeah. Let's see. Who else we got here? Mikey is on the line. Hey, Mike. Morning, Mikey.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Yo, bud. Wanting to get your take on this.
Yeah. Listen to a little bit of hip hop every now and again, and Seabass has got a lyric that says he's flyer than an effing ostrich. Isn't everything flyer than an ostrich?
Yeah. Ostriches don't fly.
Yeah, they did an interview with him later to try to catch up and get some follow up with that, and he was like, "Oh, I know they don't fly a lot, but I think they kind of hover."
Oh my
That
God.
ostriches kind of hover.
Oh my God.
You see the way
Seriously?
they, yeah.
That's funny. That's just stupid. That's just being dumb.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Look, a flock of ostriches.
Let's see. Lindsay's been on hold for a while. Let me go to her. Hi, Lindsay. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Hey, what's up?
All right, I got another one where they rhyme a word with the same word. It's another Pitbull song, and the beginning lyrics are, me not working hard, yeah, right, picture that with a Kodak. Or better yet, go to Times Square, take a picture of me with a Kodak.
Oh, really?
No.
You cannot do that.
It's the worst.
Yeah. And so, how do you feel when you hear that song? Is it like you can't even...
So I unfortunately worked at a retail store, and about every 2.5 hours that song would come.
Yeah.
So I heard it a lot, and every time it was so cringy.
Yep, I hear you. All right,
Yeah, when
you.
you're in retail a lot of times, and a lot of, especially like in the clothing stores, you're going to get bombarded with a lot of stuff. And actually, the Wawa that I go to on Germantown Avenue, they have a loop, and I hear a lot of like cringy songs.
I will go next to Paula. Hi there, Paula.
Oh, hey.
Hey, what's up, Paula?
Hi, Mike.
All right, we'll get you that one. Hang on one second here. Mike.
Hi, Mike.
All right, what do you want to share with us, Paula? What do you think? Lousy lyric.
Oh, Mike. Blinded by the light.
Okay.
Okay. Revved up like a deuce and know the runner. I don't even know. That's the whole song.
Well...
It is
I don't know what the hell they're saying.
Yeah.
It's sort of like a scat song, a Springsteen's, and we joked, it sounds like
Bummers, drummers, drummers. So, yeah, Bruce wrote that song. You probably know the Man for Man version as well. But revved up like a deuce means a car. A deuce is like a deuce coupe. And yeah, it's, teenage diplomat.
Right.
Like a boulder on my shoulder, feeling got older with a teenage.
Go-kart Mozart.
Yeah, I was checking out the weather, trying to see if it was safe outside.
That's classic Springsteen of that time. He used all of those kind of flourishes describing people.
Yeah.
And they all had sort of character names.
All right, thank you, Paula. Appreciate it.
I do love this song, and I love the long version of this.
I like the Man for Man version better.
I do. I agree 100%.
There are some, like Steven Tyler likes to use, I don't know how to describe words, the words that stand out, like sassafras is one. These kind of funny words that are kind of old but have this charm to them.
Yes.
And he
sort
does
of
it,
antiquated.
Yeah, he does it from time to time lyrically throughout it.
I love his song Anti-Disestablishmentarianism.
And that one, it's hard to find something that rhymes with that. So there is a talent there. Let me go to Alex. Hi, Alex. Good morning.
Howdy, good morning.
Morning, bud. All right, so a stupid lyric?
We all live on a yellow submarine by the Beatles. What the hell is that? I guess if you're on acid, it makes sense.
Right.
But I said for the 95% of the other people in the world,
right.
That is just, it makes zero sense.
So what?
It means nothing.
Maybe to give you a little, and listen, it's fine if you don't like it. I'm totally cool with that. To give you a little bit of background perspective, they were kind of trying to write like a children's song.
Yes.
And
okay. But,
yeah.
It's not going to work.
It's not working for
Alex.
All right, I got you.
And
bud.
I get that because it's such a subjective thing. It has a kid's feel to it. It's meant to be sort of a kid's song.
The whole movie does.
Yeah.
There's they also do all together now. 1, 2, 3, 4. Can I have a little more?
And whenever
5, 6,
I think
7,
of
8, 9, 10, I love you.
Whenever I think of Ringo songs that made it to the record, I think of Jason Schwartzman and Dewey Cox and this dumbass face that he makes talking about trying to get more songs on the record.
Oh, no, that's George.
Yeah, I wrote a song about an octopus.
Ringo goes, yeah, I wrote a song about an octopus.
There is a song on Doggy Style from Snoop Dogg. It's somebody singing it. It's basically like a love song. I can't even. I love this song. It's so much fun. But I can't even tell you what the lyrics are, Preston. Just, All
right, Casey's handing me his phone with the lyrics on here. Dude.
Right? You can't.
They're unreadable on the air,
They're
correct?
unreadable on the air. It's ridiculous. It's called Ain't No Fun. So if you get a chance and your kids aren't in the car.
I'll try to paraphrase here because you gave me all your kitty cat.
Yeah.
And you even licked my... yeah, those.
Yeah, cause you gave me all your kitty cat. That's how it goes.
God.
And you even licked
Well,
my
yeah.
thing.
Listen, if you want to dive into like Two Live Crew and stuff
forget
like
it.
that,
Yeah,
and when it just started getting as explicit as you could possibly get.
What was Face Down Ass Up about? Like, what
was that?
What were they
Can
trying
someone
to
explain that to me? The subtext of that
It
song?
was, oddly enough, it was about the creation of the process known as Martinizing.
I didn't know that. Yeah.
All right. Let's see. A lot of people on hold for a while. I'll go to Dawn next. Hi, Dawn. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning to see you, Dawn. All right. So what do you want to add to this?
Okay, so there's a song. It was back in the day. I don't know what year, but I was a teenager. I'm like 48 now. So it's Kwame, Only You. So the line is, I love you like a wife, mother, sister, or daughter. Worship your every move, even drink your bath water.
Okay, so I've heard the people use that phrase about drinking bath water to show complete adoration. So but I get it. It rubs you the wrong way.
It always has.
Yeah.
All right. Drives you nuts. I got you. No problem. All right. We'll go next to Justin. Hey, Justin.
Chicken pie, chicken pie, chicken pie.
That one
That's
always
a beautiful
drives me crazy. What's up, man?
No, the one I always grew up with. I'm 30 years old. Don't need no hateration, holleration in this dancery.
In this
all still trying to
dancery?
figure out what it all is. Like hateration, holleration in this dancery. But it's Mary J. Blige.
Mary J. Blige, of course, yes.
Okay. All right.
Hateration.
Nate, what's the other one? Holleration in this dancery. There it is. All right. Thanks, Justin. I appreciate
If
it.
you go back to some of the doo-wop stuff, the amount of nonsense that was floating around.
Yeah, and that's scatting.
Yeah.
It's sometimes they turn nonsensical things into,
But I like
there was a whole lot of that in the 50s. Let me go to Tara. Let's comment on something. Hey, Tara, good morning.
Hello.
Hi, Tara. What did you want to tell us is one of the worst lyrics of all time?
I know it's not a recent song, but J.O. Come, Mr. Tallyman, tally me banana. What the heck does that?
Oh,
It does have a meaning.
yeah. It's about it's about the banana harvesters bringing in their yield to the tally man would rate how much they got, and that's why it says 8 foot, 7 foot, 6 foot, 8 foot bunch or whatever the lyric is. And it's about the tally man counts the bananas that they brought in. He tallies them up. So that's what that is. And sometimes you would find the tarantulas, the spiders in the bananas, and it covers that. So believe it or not, it is a story about the banana harvesters.
Yeah.
Just got arrested.
Yes, he did.
Disorderly drunk.
Drunk and disorderly.
Thing, something like that.
My son's going to be so disappointed.
Is he?
He's a big fan.
Is he?
Yeah.
I don't know.
You hurt me. You hurt me bad.
You cut me, bud. All right. Anyhow, it was an interesting Reddit thread, and certainly a lot of contributions to this, which is the worst song lyric of all time. That's a pretty bold statement.
Yeah, because there's a lot out there.
A lot of bad song lyrics, but there are a lot of great songs with some bad lyrics in them. What are you going to do, you know? All right, speaking of great songs, I've not heard this yet. We have brand new 311, and we're going to play it when we return. So
Nice.
Let's take a break. We'll come back in a second. We'll get the bizarre file, but before that will be the new 311 song, and we will also give you a very special word, which might get you a 4-pack of tickets to join us for our day off at Dorney coming up on July 11th. We'll tell you about all that when we get back, so stay with us.
Preston and Steve
On 93. Taste of the real Bill Burr that I got because we wanted to play. We played this game called Crack Shot, right? And Crack Shot is listeners call up, give us trivia questions. If we get it wrong, we get shot with a BB gun. And so we wanted him to be the shooter. And he's like, No, I'm not doing it. No, I don't want to do it. He's like, you know, I was like, oh my God. I'm like, this, I think we just offended Bill Burr. Like, this is like shooting people with a BB gun is beneath him. He's like, no, I'm not doing it.
Yeah, we weren't shooting him.
No, he was
wanted
going to shoot us. Yeah.
But still, he didn't like it, so that was fine. Yeah, it apparently didn't hurt his career, so he's doing fine.
Yeah.
So how long will the shoot be taking place for the machine, Bert?
3 months.
3 months. Okay, wow.
Is your family coming out at all?
My wife is. Yeah. She comes out in like 2 weeks, and then I wanted the girls to come out, but everything's still kind of weird with COVID.
Yeah.
I wanted to go through Europe with them. I was like, we're never gonna get this opportunity again.
Does she get the Gulfstream 550 treatment too, or will she be flying? You're laughing.
Lufthansa.
Lufthansa.
Yeah, there you go,
Coach.
Take the loofah, honey.
Should be flying standby. If you think about this, Bert, listen, this has been a traumatic, horrible year for the planet as far as, all the stuff that's been going on. But you have been on a career high.
Yeah.
You have been on fire. It started with your Netflix special, the Go Big show, the Cabin show. Every time you turn around, you got something out. Now you're in production on the machine. Have you had time to pause and process how things are going? In light of all that's not going right, you are the one shining beacon.
I had a great 2020. I don't know what everyone was
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Harvard Medical School actually called you to give a talk on how to properly set a bone in somebody's arm based on what you did for Tom Segura.
Yeah, Tom blew out his knee and broke his arm. I had a great game that day. I don't know what he's talking about.
Casey references all the time and just starts cracking up at you going over.
Just because you didn't like the way his arm looked, you're like, you shouldn't do your arm shouldn't be like that. Let me do that. And then you gave him a little tap, on the, hey, good job, buddy. Dude, sometimes I just think about it and I laugh. That was so funny.
Yeah, I did a tour. I did 4 tours. I did the vet. I had a fun 2020, man. Everyone's complaining about it.
It seems like 10 years ago that we were in the parking lot and you were doing the show. And but here we are. Yeah, but at least the general consensus and feeling is that we're moving out of this, which is good.
The last thing that we did as a show collectively with listeners involved Bert at the Cardboard Classic.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a little more than a year ago at this point, but Bert was there for that, and then the crap at the fan, man.
Yeah.
Everything stopped.
And then the Buccaneers won the Super Bowl. That's your team.
This has been a really great year, man. Things are looking up and up.
Wow. All right. Well, listen, man, it's exciting news, and this whole thing with Mark Hamill it's just the coolest. So
it's unbelievable.
We'll hope that that filming goes well and everything runs its course, and hopefully we'll be talking to you soon, man. But we appreciate you checking in all the way from Serbia this morning.
Well, thank you, guys. I love you guys. I really do. Thank
Likewise.
You very much.
Excellent.
Yeah.
All right. We love you.
Later.
Bert Kreischer, guys. Thanks, man. Take care, bud.
That's awesome.
All right. So,
Jesus.
wow.
So cool.
He's living the life, dude.
Now,
He's living the life. And I hadn't thought about that until you pointed that out, Steve.
Yeah.
That the world has gone to hell and Bert Kreischer's is just on top of everything.
The pinnacle of his career.
Well, good for him. Hard to take an instrument
that's been around for so long
and give it a new sound. And that's what I think our next guest has done. And he comes loaded with accolades and is well vetted.
Just a bit.
In the world of jazz music. And I know that us being a rock station may not be familiar with him, which is why we want to have him on this morning. Turning on to something. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Antonio Sanchez. Is here this morning. How are you, man?
I'm good. Thanks for having me.
Nice to meet you. My pleasure. It's wild. I'm nervous talking to you because we have 2 drum kits set up in here, and by the way, it's their idea that you and I play together, and we've done it a few times. We've had some pretty big names in the world of drums here. I've played against or with Mike Portnoy.
I like that.
Mike Portnoy, Questlove have done it, and But I'm
not.
more intimidated in sitting down playing with you than either of those guys.
No, don't worry. I'll go really easy.
No, don't worry about it. I don't want to have a battle. I
It's
just want
not
to
a drum
jam
off.
with you.
It's a jam.
You, like me, I remember it was actually the look of drums themselves that first got my interest. I was like, what is that stuff? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
and it
it's
just
gorgeous.
seemed, it seemed so cool to me. Now it's a royal pain in the ass because you got to lug that crap around and put it together. As Antonio was getting set up, I'm like, one of the burdens of being a drummer is having to set up the drum kit. You have people that do that for you now, I would imagine.
On occasion.
On occasion. But yeah, so you learned from the world of rock. So you came up with that music, and then at some point, jazz had to have caught your ear.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, basically, I was into Copeland, Neil Peart, John Bonham.
We've talked about this, Preston, that there's this impenetrable jazz wall that people, they have a perception about it. And I love fusion jazz. I love Pat Metheny. I love, and I love John Coltrane. And I love, all the different... To talk about that improvisational thing, and people say, oh, it's too complex, I don't understand it. But I think in many ways it taps into that the artist expressing themselves in a way that I think it can connect with you in a way that's maybe more profound than a lot of people think. Do you know what I'm saying? Because there seems to be this, a lot of people perceive it as, it's not my thing. But I think on a visceral level, you might find that it's a little bit more intense.
Well, the thing is, I hate when jazz is too brainy.
Yeah.
And when there's no really a story telling, when jazz doesn't really tells a story, it becomes really boring, and it just becomes about people just kind of showing off.
When you listen to fusion jazz and really intense, super duper fast swing and bebop and stuff like that the average ear, some of it, like, we don't know where you are. I don't know time-wise where you guys are, but you guys all do. And I find that fascinating. When I get lost in a song, and by that meaning I don't know where 1, 2, 3, 4 is, and all of a sudden you guys come back together and bang, you're right on top of it. It fascinates me. As a percussionist, I'm like, how the hell did they do that?
It's so cool. I think anyone can appreciate that.
But you can see how daunting that is to people who don't understand what you guys are doing, because it can sound like noise.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
But that's one of my main missions. And, Steve, you mentioned Pat Metheny. I've been playing with him for 18 years. So, one of the things I learned from him is to try to make things accessible. You don't have to be complicated for the sake of being complicated. And it's a lot about lyricism, about melody, and about communicating something to the audience. If you're overly complicated just for the fact, just for the sake of complication, then you lose me as well.
A couple of drummer questions for you, going back to Stuart Copeland for a moment. One of the things Antonio does that caught my eye and ear is that he uses all of the voices of the drum kit that are available, and ones that you may not have heard before. And I'm talking about hitting the rims, hitting the shells, playing with your fingers, hands, and so on and so forth, and incorporating all that stuff. And going back to Stuart Copeland, is your affinity for rim knocks, does some of that come back from listening to Stuart growing up?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. He was the man for that. And then when I started playing Latin jazz, there's tons of that.
Okay. How about using, because the first thing that I found really, really interesting about it, I just pulled up and it just said on YouTube, Antonio Sanchez drum solo. And I watched you, and you're playing along without setting the sticks down. You're also holding on the sticks and playing with your fingers on the snare drum and here and there. And it sounds like more than one drummer is playing at the same time, which I found really interesting. Is that a technique you just kind of stumbled across and decided to expand on, or did you get some influence from that?
Well, I studied quite a bit of percussion when I was at Berkeley as well, like congas and bongos and stuff like that, instruments that you play with your hands. And I just started incorporating it little by little as I was holding the sticks. And a lot of things as well I stumbled upon.
So this week, or last week even, when I knew you were coming in, I'm like, well, I better practice, because I'm going to play with Antonio Sanchez. And I sat down to play a couple times, and I was just like, this is a waste of time. I'm just going to wait till he comes in here, and I will just do what I can.
He was in here early, by the way, before the show, banging away and trying to get up to speed. But, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
It's all good.
But when someone is, when you were really into it, how much were you practicing a day? It had to have been a lot.
You know, I was never the kind of guy that would practice like 7 hours, 8 hours a day. I saw a lot of those people at Berkeley, and I was like, oh man, I should practice more. And then I realized that I was playing way better than a lot of those guys because I thought, I was practicing in a smarter way.
Okay.
You know, I was working on my weaknesses way more than my strengths.
Right.
And I would do like 3 hours a day, 4 hours a day.
What would you say to people who, because I tried really, really hard. I hunkered down, I practiced, I worked on it for hours at a time. But there is a thing as natural ability versus effort.
Yeah.
And you can work as hard as you can, but sometimes, listen, otherwise everybody would be hitting a home run every single time out of the park if they could do it.
Right.
There's some people that have more of an ability. If you find yourself plateauing, technique-wise, ability-wise, and it frustrates you, is there anything that you would give as advice to people as to, don't give up?
To me, the most important thing, I always say that technique without concept is like giving a machine gun to a kid.
Okay.
It's a very powerful weapon that if you don't know how to use it, you're just going to injure other people around you, with your lack of musicality.
Yeah.
So to me, it's always go back to the music. What is musical? Sometimes you hear this term, oh, he's such a musical drummer.
Yeah.
What does that mean? That he plays with taste. You never say, oh, he's such a musical piano player.
Right.
Because it's understood that musicians play music. And a lot of times drummers are not musicians. There's just drummers that bang away at the instrument.
You and I are going to play together.
Okay.
Here's what I'd like to do. We jam a little bit.
All right.
And then I want you to show me something stupid. So, or something awesome, because we got to get a taste of.
All right, so
sounds good.
Sashay on over there. Preston's ambling on over, and Antonio's getting in place. And we have two drum kits here, side by side. Hey.
I am so nervous. I'm shaking a little bit.
Antonio, do you know how to play Wipeout? Can you play Wipeout?
Stop it.
I never did, but we can.
Why don't you want to trade 8? I'll start a beat and we can trade 8 on a little solo one or something like that?
Yeah, sounds good.
All right, who's going to start first so we know?
Well, we'll start together.
All right. Okay.
Well, you know what? Here's the deal. I'll play a rhythm, and Antonio will sync up with me, because he may start playing something I can't play.
Yeah.
So let me start.
That's probably inevitable.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and then at some point, I'll do like a little 8-beat riff, and then he'll do it. And we'll figure it out, right?
Yeah.
All right,
you'll figure it out.
All right. I don't know what to do. That is how it's done. Actually, I know Krista. Krista Wisniewski. It is her birthday, and her dad wanted to send her a shout out. So Michelle and I both know her. We were at her 40th birthday party. So, happy birthday, Krista. Also celebrating a birthday today. Actually, it is a birthday. It says, good morning, I'm hoping that you could give a shout out and maybe a you dumb bitch to my absolutely gorgeous wife, Christy Schmick, for her. Oh, what's going on? Where's that music?
Oh, my God.
It's still the traffic music in the background. I don't know how.
Where's that sound coming from?
My gorgeous wife, Christy Schmick, for her birthday, which is June 22nd, and our 1-year anniversary, which is July 10th. Huge fans of your show, and it would mean the world to her, and I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you in advance. That is from Frank Schmick.
The Schmicker.
There's a shout out. And then one more, and this is from Daniel Platt, and he'd like to get a shout out to his fiance, Leah, becoming a mother. He said, 4 years now, she has been the rock of our family. She is the best, not stepmom, but mother for our daughter that our daughter could ever have. She's an amazing role model for Paisley. And he goes on to write how much of a wonderful person she is and life partner and so on. So a shout out, here you go. And that is from Daniel to his fiance, Leah, which is an interesting spelling, Leigha. I've never seen that spelling before, so it's pretty cool. Yes, Marissa.
Real quick, I want to say hi to Liz. I met her actually when I was out in Denver. She lives in Nashville. Her dad lives in Philly, and they are huge Preston and Steve fans.
Nice.
So they said hello. And one more birthday. It was Morgan from Froggy's birthday yesterday.
Yes, it was, and I'm glad you said that, Marissa, because Morgan's going to ring in the weekend for us right here with Froggy.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Sequoia Outback. Get inspired as you cruise through 3 floors of decking, pavers, outdoor furniture, umbrellas, and fire pits. They're all staged in the largest outdoor showroom in the country, Route 309 in Hatfield. How about this story? Police in India are investigating an incident that saw a horrified man wake up in the hospital to find that he was tricked into a sex change operation as part of a bizarre land grab attempt. The 20-year-old man, known only as Mujahid, accused another man, Om Prakash, of misleading him into believing that he had an urgent medical issue that needed to be solved. After going to the medical college, he was put under the knife by a team of trained doctors. Following the surgery, Mujahid woke up to find that surgeons had removed his genitals. He said, when I regained consciousness, I was told that I had been changed from a boy to a girl. The afflicted...
Oh, my balls!
The first thing he said was...
Oh, my balls!
At this point, they're ghost balls, right?
Yeah. Following the surgery, he woke up. He found that his balls were gone. And
oh, my balls!
He said, when I regained consciousness, I was told I'd been changed from a boy to a girl. The afflicted man alleged that the incident was the culmination of a 2-year campaign of threats and harassment by Om Prakash. But the extent of their relationship is still unknown. Om Prakash allegedly then told Mujahid that he would now have to live with him as he would be ostracized by friends and family.
And this is all part of a land grab?
He also allegedly threatened to shoot Mujahid's father and seize his share of the family land.
He's not a good friend.
Instead of being cast out by his local community, workers from a local farmers union set up a protest at the medical college calling for immediate legal and criminal action against Om Prakash.
Dude,
and
you look
the
pretty
involved,
hot now.
And the involved doctors. Local police have since arrested Om Prakash and are said to be investigating the involved doctors.
Well, let me ask you, am I a pretty girl?
Mujahid's family are also suing, claiming that his life has been severely affected by this horrific incident. I've never heard of something like that happening before.
No, you hear about people like being drugged and like organs harvested.
Yeah.
But you never hear of a sex change.
No, that's insane. This story is out of Pennsylvania. Dozens of animals are now being cared for by the Adams County SPCA after a disabled vehicle call became something much more shocking. According to the organization, staff were called after it was discovered that a trailer that the bus was hauling was carrying numerous animals. And when they arrived, the local SPCA states that the animals were also found on the bus itself. In total, 30 birds, including roosters, ducks, chickens, and turkeys, were seized from the vehicle, along with 3 German shepherds and 1 Australian shepherd. During their investigation, officials discovered that those types of birds were being fed to the 4 dogs found inside the vehicle.
Oh, man.
Well, it gets worse. A bull and pony were also located in the trailer, and according to staff, used for bestiality purposes in another state. Police said the driver of the bus, Sean Hirschbein, was arrested for an outstanding warrant in West Virginia. Officials state the warrant was for charges related to Hirschbein allegedly distributing obscene material to minors.
Jesus.
At this time, he is currently being held in the Adams County Jail. So,
having sex with a horse.
So he was driving those animals across state lines for people to do that. That's crazy.
My God.
Wow. All right.
Whatever happened to stamp collecting?
This is out of Maine. Wealth and hubris fueled the tale of a politically connected Missouri couple who allegedly poisoned their neighbors' trees to secure their $1 million view of Camden Harbor.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, the incident was unearthed by the victim herself, the philanthropic wife of LL Bean's late president, and it has united local residents in outrage. To make matters worse, the herbicide used to poison the trees leached into a neighboring park and the town's only public seaside beach. The state's attorney general is now investigating. So a little bit of a story here. Let me pass this along. Amelia Bond, former CEO of the St. Louis Foundation, which oversees charitable funds with more than $500 million in assets, brought the herbicide from Missouri in 2021 and applied it near oak trees on the waterfront property of Lisa Gorman, who was the wife of the late Leon Gorman, LL Bean's president and grandson of LL himself. Bond's husband, Arthur Bond III, is an architect and a nephew of former U.S. Senator Kit Bond.
Wow.
Their summer home, owned by a trust, is situated directly behind Gorman's home farther up the hill. When the trees and other vegetation began dying, Amelia Bond told Gorman in June 2022 that the tree didn't look good and offered to share the cost of removing them.
All part of the plot.
So they poisoned them and they were like, those don't look good. We
can help you. Yeah, oh, those bastards.
Instead, Gorman had the trees tested. Soon lawyers were involved. More than $1.7 million in fines and settlements later. The trees are now gone and the harbor view from the Bonds' home is improved. But the chemical has leached into a neighboring park and beach, leaving the Bonds potentially on the hook for further monitoring and remediation. And Maine's Attorney General has agreed to further investigate the incident. The herbicide that was used, tebutherion, was the same one used in 2010 by an angry Alabama football fan to kill the Toomer's corner oak trees at Auburn University following a Crimson Tide loss to their arch rival.
What's going on here?
The incident earned jail time for Harvey Updike, who acknowledged poisoning the tree.
Tree hitmen.
So I'd never heard of that before.
He's like,
the Bonds have paid a price for their actions, which was acknowledged in the consent agreement. So they're 1.7 million in and might be even more.
Wasn't there a story? Is it in Jersey or somewhere? You reported on it. The guy
in New York.
New York had a whole yards of trees mowed down so he could see the view of the water.
And they were like very old, mature trees that you just can't get back ever. And yes,
it just plowed them down.
Same type of thing. Yeah, exactly. Wow.
I want a view.
All right, and that is what I have in the. Well, you know what? Let me do one more.
One more,
because this is a
Friday.
This is a follow-up story. Ohio criminal defense attorney Jack Blakesley has completed the 6-month suspension he received for launching a Pringles potato chip can into the parking lot of a crime victim advocacy center. If the sanction seems severe, know that Blakesley was not littering, but he was actually crapping. He had filled the can with his own feces.
God.
Behavior that called into question his fitness to practice law.
Well, his precision is very good.
Blakesley, in his defense, pointed out that he did that sort of thing all the time.
Crapping in Pringles cans?
Yeah, he wasn't targeting this particular place. He would always crap in Pringles cans and just toss them out. It's his thing.
Yeah.
Some
people hand out business cards.
During the disciplinary process, Blakesley claimed he didn't target anyone and said he...
Don't leave without a can of poop.
He pulled the Pringles prank at least 10 times that year.
Oh, yeah.
Blakesley had known the victim advocates at the center for years and was scheduled to see them in court 15 minutes after the Pringles deposit. At the time, Blakesley was representing someone accused in a capital murder case.
So I'm going to give you a choice. Pull my finger or look in this can of Pringles.
Wow. And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you.
Jeez.
All right. I meant to do this a few minutes ago, but we're going to do it now. The President Steve Day Off at Dorney digital word of the day is wild water. And of course, this is for Dorney Park and Wildwater Kingdom, where we're going to be broadcasting live July 11th. So enter that at PrestonandSteve.com. You'll see the link to the Day Off at Dorney, and you'll be in the running for a 4-pack of tickets to join us for the live broadcast. You get early entrance, you get free parking, and you can enjoy some of the rides that open early, including the brand new coaster, Iron Menace. So we're looking forward to this, and you can enter every single day that we do this. So please do. And we've got hundreds of tickets to give away for this.
We were at the Sequoia event last night and hanging out with a lot of listeners, which is great. And the level of excitement for this Dorney park broadcast and appearance is huge.
Yep. So we're looking forward to seeing you there. We're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment. I think we might do the connoisseur.
I think we need to.
When we return. So get yourself set to win some goodies. We'll be right back.
That's awesome.
I'm sorry, I have to say, man, come on, what are you talking about? You sound great.
See?
Yeah.
So Chuck was standing back here, and he goes, he points at Preston, he goes, he's a rock drummer, and then he points at you, Antonio, he goes, he's a jazz drummer. He said there was a difference, and so I can't tell. I'm not a drummer. I can't tell the between the.
Yeah. Well, to begin with, the sound of the drums is very different. You know, yours are tuned like a rock kid.
Yep.
But man, your time is really good.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
That's, you see?
I appreciate
Beat yourself up for nothing. Listen to the man. He knows what he's talking about.
I don't even know what just happened and what I just watched, but the beats and your hands going at different times and your feet going at different times, it was amazing.
Well, but Kathy, and that speaks to why you need to go see. You need to go see in person, at the Ardmore, because it's obviously it's something that it's to see it and see it performed live is a wholly other thing. You appreciate it, hearing it, but seeing it is a whole other realm.
Yeah, well, I think seeing a really good musician doing what they do live is like going to see an amazing, sports person.
Yeah, yeah.
Is the only place where you can actually see somebody do that at that level. So I think it's really interesting.
Can I ask, and I don't know if this, listening, and Preston, obviously was going on about the Birdman soundtrack and everything. Were there any things that jump out for your composition for the movie that you're super proud of? Anything you could sort of demonstrate for us? Was there any sort of thing that you created or a passage or something that you are especially proud of?
I mean, to me, the most amazing thing about having been part of that project is that I only had the drums to do everything that I needed to do.
Was that per your idea, or did the director himself?
No, the director.
Okay.
The director was, because he's a drum fan. He was a big Pat Metheny fan, actually.
Right.
And he's the one that really wanted just drum set. So I had to figure out different ways of making the drums sound completely different.
To give them different shades of character.
Yeah. So that was one of the most interesting things about the whole project. Just the research I had to do to get different sounds out of the drums.
And Antonio, I know about the how you recorded that. Steve, they didn't film it and show Antonio the scenes as he was playing along. Can you tell him how they did it?
Yeah, it was a really unorthodox way of doing it, because they sent me the script, and Iñárritu, the director, wanted already some tracks before they started shooting. So we did the whole movie just off of the script.
Without ever seeing any imagery, you're just going off the written words.
So he would just sit in front of me, and I would ask him, this is a very long scene, so I would ask him to explain the scenes to me, and then he would just raise his hand whenever he would see the next phase of the scene happening in his head, so that I would get the timing right.
Yeah.
So then he was just sitting in front of me, and I would just be improvising, and then he would raise his hand, and I would think, okay, somebody opened the door.
Wow.
And then
That's
I would play an
crazy.
accent and then keep playing. So we did the whole movie like that.
Yeah.
It was really cool. And then they superimposed those
passages,
tracks, on the rough cut of the film. Then they showed me what they did, and then we redid a lot of the things.
You sort of shorted up.
Yeah, and this time looking at the film.
Huh.
Yeah.
It's pretty amazing.
That's why you have that it has such a jazz feel to it.
Yep.
Yeah, even
Absolutely.
cinematically.
Hey, Press, we only have a couple of more minutes if you wanted to.
I want to get, if you don't mind, if you wouldn't mind doing a little improv for us real quick.
Yeah,
Just
sure.
Antonio Sanchez. Here we go. Oh my God!
Holy hell! That's freaking amazing!
Oh my God! I'm telling you.
This guy brings out voices of the drums you've never heard before. That squeaking at the end there.
I thought something had fallen because he was kind of reaching down, but you went underneath the drum?
He was playing with the snares. Yeah, and also hitting not only the hi-hat with the edges of the sticks, but the snare drum with the butt of the sticks at the same time.
Playing the whole drum. That's massively
unique.
impressive.
Oh, my God.
Unbelievable.
Thanks for having me.
You kidding me? It's an honor of mine. Thank you so much for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, Antonio Sanchez. Thanks for being here, Antonio.
Thank you. Thanks for having me, guys.
And this, and then the next thing.
Okay, what is the next thing?
The next thing is there's another Philadelphia legend.
I don't see the phone line.
He's zooming.
Yeah, we're
zooming.
Oh my God! All right, real quick, you have about 3 minutes left to enter the word flowers for the money clip. So you got to do that now. Flowers. And that we will get a winner a little bit, $500. Yes, he's a Philadelphia legend, and we love him. Going to be performing on, let's see, Saturday, yeah, at the Hard Rock in Atlantic City. And I'm telling you, I told you, I got a Twitter alert this morning that he was tweeting about us. And it was ridiculously early. We hadn't even started the show. It was like 5:30 this morning.
Yeah.
So I don't know what he's doing up at that hour. But ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Mr. Bob Saget is joining us.
Preston, Steve, I don't know what to say. And to hear 5 people applaud in the morning makes me feel like I'm on South Park. It's so good. I am so stupid. I got up as I do at my elderly age to go to the bathroom. And I said, hey, you know what? I'll tweet the show. That'll be great. And then I put, I'll be on at 7 a.m. because that's LA time. And I forgot that there is a time difference.
Yes, but I was shocked. So that would have been we would have been up at like 2 o'clock in the morning doing that this morning.
Yeah,
2:30 in the morning.
I watched the movie Mank last night because I wanted to know how good Hollywood used to be.
All right, let me ask you, Bob.
I just couldn't sleep. How are you guys doing? How are you?
We're doing well. And I wanted to ask you, by the way, because it's a story of Mankiewicz who wrote the screenplay for it. Not to go off on this tangent.
No,
but,
I love I am tangents.
Are you? I contend a lot of people, when they finally see Citizen Kane, they get dismissive of it. It is a masterpiece, is it not? It is worth.
I believe it is.
Okay,
I believe it is. It did a lot for snow globes. It was and sleds. Sleds went up.
Were those the tchotchkes they sold for the?
That was the merch right out in the Grauman's Chinese Theater.
So all the radio stations in the area, they got snow globes and
they got snow globes and rosebud sleds.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
I can't think of a lot of other RKO pictures except for 2 more that Orson Welles made after that. But but that has nothing to do. And you got to talk to my friend Bill Burr this morning, who is going to be where I'm going to be Saturday. He's going to be there in September, and he's one of my favorite people on the planet.
Well, yeah, he was being very humble about. Casey had mentioned that he's kind of in that top.
Chappelle range.
Upper echelon of
he's
Bob
in the
Saget
ethos.
range.
Yeah, but he doesn't.
I would put him higher than me, and he would also.
Most people would, Bob.
I was actually talking to him. He was over my house. I'm sorry, you were going to say something about it. No. Go ahead. Just how great he is.
Yeah, no,
I was just going to say, he won't. He doesn't accept that he's at that level, which is healthy, I think, for somebody in the entertainment industry, in any industry, to realize that you can always be better and so on. But he was kind of humble about that.
Yes,
that response.
self-deprecating.
But he's one of the best, man.
He is one of the best, and I was there. I was on before at the Twitter Center in Camden when he had that Opie and Anthony virus set.
Oh,
that
it's legendary.
booed.
Yeah.
I was standing backstage. I was standing next to Jeff Wills, the head of Live Nation Comedy. I was under the monitor and watching it. And I'm going, this is going great. And I said, this is amazing. This is exactly what I would do if I was going to get booed. But I had a sweet spot in the show, like right in the middle.
Yeah.
So by then they got tired of booing people. It was kind of what we call herds now. It wasn't a herd. It was just booers.
Herd for today, and your chance to win tickets to join us day off at Dorney, July 11th is Wild Water. So you want to enter that through PrestonandSteve.com. Go ahead and get to it now. You got all day to do it, but if you do it now, you won't forget about it later on. And we're going to start. They should be contacted if you win.
That's the word.
Pretty quickly. So just a heads up on that. I think... Yeah, anybody hungry?
Yeah!
Let's do the connoisseur. Here we go.
It's time for the connoisseur, the Friday edition, always the best.
I don't know where my bell is.
He doesn't know where his bell is.
You know what?
Would you like to borrow mine?
So I'm going to borrow yours if you don't mind. We took it to. I'm sorry to interrupt, sir. Sorry. But we took it to the blood drive, and when we were making our way to Live Casino, Pierre was on the air, and he didn't have his bell to ring on, for the workforce blocks.
He borrowed your bell?
Well, I brought it in there. I had it in my car. So I took it with me and I said, "Here you go." And I think I forgot to get it back.
Oh no!
When I was leaving, so.
I don't want to raise even further alarms, but my large bell is gone
with the handle and everything.
Yeah.
I saw it yesterday.
Where is it?
Wait, this one? Not this one.
Casey, thank you.
It was sitting
in
right
front
there.
of my face.
I'm like, I saw that yesterday.
I had it on the floor.
Oh.
I really got scared.
Kisses.
Because it's my bell.
I think Marissa found my bell. No, I don't want those bells. I have a bell. I don't want all those bells. Oh my God. Okay.
Wait, what movie is it?
The clock tower.
Where they all start ringing the
Where they all
bells?
start ringing the bells and it makes somebody go insane. There's a whole bunch of bells. It's like oh my God. There's a lot of bells ringing, and it irks somebody so much that they start losing their powers.
Oh, no, you think about the third Spider-Man movie with Venom,
No.
where the pipes ring?
I know what you're talking about,
Yeah.
Steve. It's not that. No, it's like, oh, crap.
I don't know. Somebody
Right.
text in if they
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
Help us out with that because I don't remember that. All right, I do have this. That's the bell I want. All right. And we'll do the clips as well in just a moment, the movie clips. But I'm going to start with this one. So how the Paris Summer, this story is about how the Paris Summer Olympics will feed 15,000 athletes. Preparing food for 15,000 athletes and support staffs, 40,000 meals a day at the Paris 2024 Olympic Village is basically the biggest catering job ever.
Ever.
According to Sodexo Live, the food provider for the Olympics, has been buying up entire fields of produce, eggs, and chickens from farms across France ahead of the 24/7 dining operation. So here's what's going to happen. The catering team will be making 2 million meals for athletes from 206 countries.
That's insane.
A third of the food will be plant-based and 30% will be organic, with 80% of all food sourced from France. Only 3 items will be coming from other countries: bananas, coffee, and chocolate. And we're talking a lot of bananas. 3 million bananas.
Yeah, all those athletes, potassium.
As well as 27 tons of coffee in the Olympic Village.
Yeah, you got to figure those athletes train so hard and they burn so many calories a day that, because it wasn't it like Michael Phelps, didn't he?
It's like 6,000 calories a day.
Yeah.
Like crazy amounts.
Yeah. I mean, these guys are not training. At this point, they're
competing.
They're ready.
Yeah, but still, their intake has to be pretty good.
They're focusing on 4 different culinary themes: French, Asian, world, and African Caribbean. So key recipes for each of those types of cuisine include veggie bourguignon for the French theme, minced pork with Thai basil and basmati rice for the Asian cuisine, fried shrimp with chermoula sauce for African Caribbean, and veggie moussaka for the world cuisine.
Any Totinos?
No Totinos.
Oh, man. I love those, and I can go to town on those. You know what I just realized is that the Olympics and the Tour de France are going to be happening in and around the same time, are they not? Isn't the Tour de France...
You would think they would collide.
Do you think... Well, I mean, it's not going to happen now, but like, couldn't they, for this one time, since the symmetry, has them in the same area, make the Tour de France an Olympic sport for the one time?
You're doing a lot of heavy lifting here. Yeah. I don't know. Put it in the suggestion box.
Okay.
The movie I was thinking of is Hook.
Hook.
It is?
Yeah. They use the
ticking
clocks.
Clock.
Yeah, and some of the bells and the ticking of the clock. It drives Captain Hook, played wonderfully by Dustin Hoffman. Insane.
Aha. Okay, so the Olympic Village, at the Olympic Village, there will be a salad bar, grilled cheese station.
Well, there you go.
Bakery, hot food buffet, fruit bar, and dessert bar, as well as a condiment bar with 85 options.
I'd be at the grilled cheese bar.
Dude, condiment bar with 85 options.
Listen,
that's awesome.
You're dealing with France, known for their culinary excellence. You can't have all those people there and not wow them.
2 foods you won't find there. French fries.
What?
Well, because of the risk of fire from using deep fryers in a space with so many people.
Sure.
And avocados, because they would have to be imported from so far away and require so much water to grow.
So does that mean there's no creme brulee as well? Because you use that little torch to.
No. It's just the fryers
All right.
for whatever reason. So the 52-acre village has 15 different dining spaces, including a main dining hall with 3,500 seats that will be open 24 hours a day.
That's amazing.
Imagine how big that is.
Yes.
3,500 seats. There will be more than 20 senior chefs from around the world who speak a range of languages there to answer athletes' questions about food options. The athletes' village will be open for 2 months total, from when athletes start arriving on July 12th before the Olympics begin to September 11th at the close of the Paralympics, with just a 3-day break between the two events.
What I find so amazing about this is that you're putting this huge thing, the Olympics, in this very dense city. And from what I'm understanding, they're kind of really keeping it within that area, that like a lot of it isn't an hour and a half out of.
Yeah, because some of those, and I think that's usually the Winter Olympics that they have to go to pretty good distances because of the playing field, for lack of a better term, the ski runs and all that stuff. But yeah, you're
this
right.
Is all right there, and the fact that they're using the Seine for
for the swimming. Yeah, it's wild. All right, let's play a clip and see if we can identify what movie this is from. It has to do with food or drink, and here is our first one.
I am not a toy. I'm a sport. Be quiet. I was made for soup, salad, maybe chili, and then the trash. I'm litter. Freedom!
All right. 215-263-WMMR. If you know what movie that is from, call now because we got prizes over here. Order up. Next up is a local connoisseur story. The past few months, Hers received over 1,000 chip flavor ideas based on local businesses through its Flavored by Philly contest. And now the Chester County-based snack maker has narrowed the pool down to 3. The 2024 finalists include Mom's Kitchen Potato Pierogi.
Interesting.
Toluto's Cheese Ravioli and Marinara. And Romano's Stromboli Special Hot Stromboli.
I got to say, I'm amazed at Hers and their ability to replicate the various tastes are pretty amazing. The one they did for Primo, their chips, spot on.
So Hers has not created these. These are business inspired flavors that were nominated by customers. This is the contest.
The contest.
Yeah.
Mom's is a alum of Preston and Steve's of Camp Out for Hunger Food Trucks and Fireworks Night.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, they were one of our food trucks that came out.
Well, definitely pulling for that then.
They weren't here for Soup Bowl, were they?
No.
Okay.
No, their pierogies is their specialty.
So the 3 new flavors now available for purchase in are available for purchase at major retailers wherever Hers is sold. Consumers can sample them and vote for their favorite online through Friday, August 9th. The business that corresponds with the winning flavor will receive a $10,000 prize, while the person who nominated the flavor will receive $5,000.
Didn't they used to send some of the samples to us, or did we have to go out and buy them?
Yeah, no, I think they brought some by. In fact, the winner will join last year's victor, which was Corpelese Bakery. I remember sampling that. The Montgomery County-based business that won the tomato pie flavored potato chip. For the inaugural contest in 2022, Hers did not require flavors to have a small business connection, and the Long Hots and Sharp Provolone flavor won. But now it's a business that enters these. Ed Herr said, trying to narrow down the finalists is really the toughest part of the job. Philadelphia has so many unique, great flavors. According to her, one way that Her's team narrowed down the finalists was by looking at which flavors would mesh well with the potato chip, which he says is a good carrier of just about any flavor, although there are some that just don't line up. Once the finalists were selected, the Hers team worked closely with Mom's Kitchen, Romano, Stromboli, and Toluto's in the research and development, ensuring that the potato chip captured the essence of each of their products. So you can now get those.
I am looking forward to trying some of this.
Wherever Hers is sold.
They need to make me the spokesperson for the cheese balls. I don't think there's been a bigger advocate of the cheese balls.
I agree.
I mean, come on.
Let's see if we can identify what movie this is from.
I am not a toy. I'm a sport. Be quiet. I was made for soup, salad, maybe chili, and then the trash. I'm litter. Freedom!
All right, we will go to Megan, see if she knows. Hi, Megan. Morning.
Good morning.
All right, Megan, what's the movie?
Toy Story 4.
Yeah. And that's Tony Hale, who we just had in the studio, is the voice of Sporky. Forky, I'm sorry. And Casey, what are we going to give her?
All right, Megan, you just won a pair of tickets for Preston and Steve's Day Off at Dorney. It's going to be Thursday, July 11th at Dorney Park in Wildwater Kingdom. And you can enjoy the park for the entire day with early admission and free parking. You're going to be there for our live broadcast, and you can enjoy some rides that open early, including the brand new roller coaster Iron Menace, Dorney Park in Wildwater Kingdom, for the fun of it.
All right, I've queued up another one. Let's see if you know what movie this food clip is from.
Morning, officers. What y'all, the second team? We're the first team.
Yeah, we're not going to fall for a banana in the tailpipe.
You're not going to fall for the banana in the tailpipe? It should be more natural, brother. It should flow out like this. Look, man, I ain't falling for no banana in my tailpipe.
All right, 215-263 WMMR. Order up! Not all brunch spots are created equal, but new research from Jackpot City highlights the best restaurants in the country for the midday meal. And to come up with a list, the entertainment site started with 124 popular brunch spots around the U.S. They then analyzed the number of Instagram posts tagged with hashtags specific to each spot. So California is home to the 2 spots for brunch. Number 1 on the list is Malibu Farm in Malibu. It got 55,866 Instagram posts. Wow.
That's pretty good.
San Francisco's El Buen Comer is second, boasting 33,000 and change. Tavern on the Green in New York City came in a close third. The Central Park Landmark has 33,688. It was just edged into third.
I've had brunch there. It is very good. I wouldn't call it extraordinary.
Is it like overpriced because it's
the
Tavern on the Green?
It's a landmark and it's featured in Ghostbusters.
We just had we had a lengthy brunch conversation recently.
We did.
Yeah.
And we determined that it is a midday meal that many love.
A midday meal that many love.
Got to the bottom of that one.
There's actually a place in Conshohocken called Brunch. And I've been there. It's really, really good. But I'm not a bruncher. I don't do it that often. When I do, it's great, but I just don't go to that meal very much.
Very rarely. We used to do it quite often after church.
Yeah. Is it always on Sunday?
I perceive it as that.
Right. I've always
Sunday
thought
brunch.
of it as just a Sunday thing, but I don't know if they do Saturday brunches or what.
All right, so if you are doing a brunch and it's not a buffet and you're ordering off the menu, are you going breakfast item or lunch item?
It depends.
We talked about this.
And if you are going breakfast, are you going sweet or savory? You know, I don't know. You go anal.
Yeah. No, I'd say I tend to go more savory. Yeah.
And so sometimes that might lead into lunch.
Yeah.
What about you, Case?
I'm probably a 90% breakfaster at brunch. Yeah.
Okay. Understood. There's no right or wrong to that. It's a little bit of a profile, psychologically speaking.
Yeah.
You're probably prone to touching people.
But if you get lunch, then you can do the table pancake.
You can do the table pancake with breakfast too.
I know. Just saying.
Wait, you said if you get lunch?
Well, if you go the lunch route, but you want the sweet too.
Oh, to have that as well. So
You get
that
to do
can
it all.
kind of be your dessert.
Yes.
Do they have a table burger, like a table with burger patty the size
burger.
of right?
Sure.
Wouldn't that be great?
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah.
They can have
But you
whatever
don't
you
cut
want.
it into pieces. Everybody just picks it up and bites it.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, sure.
The way it was meant to be.
Yeah.
Do you guys have a standard omelet you go for?
No. I like to mix it up.
There's a,
I mean, if there's an omelet station,
oh yeah.
I'll kind of look at their, throw a couple of those in there. Ooh, don't mind if I do.
Don't like the ham cubes, I can tell you that much.
You don't?
Nope.
Oh, that's a requirement.
I love a ham cube.
You don't like the ham cubes.
But you don't like.
We are the ham cubes.
I love ham cubes.
Thank you. We're the ham cubes.
But you don't really like ham, right?
No, not really. I'm
So
not
there
a
you
big
go.
fan.
Oh,
I can
yeah.
do imported ham, slightly thinned.
I think I'm going to, you all may hate me after I say this, but I'm not a big omelet fan. And when it comes to the egg department, my favorite egg iteration, scrambled eggs.
My favorite is poached. Definitely.
Okay.
Yummy.
There's a restaurant I've mentioned several times. It's called Nudies. They have a whole bunch in our area now, and I love it. There's one in Phoenixville, and there's one right down the road in Bryn Mawr. Anyway, Steve, they have a Southwest chicken omelet, and I love it. And it comes with a little bit of sauce on there, and then the capper, rye toast.
Rye toast.
Rye toast.
Preston, when you get eggs Benedict, do you poke both of the eggs so that they don't overcook while they're sitting there?
No, I don't know what you mean.
So sometimes
They're already cooked by the time they get to me.
I know, but sometimes it's so hot that it you just want it to be a little runny. Yeah.
Marissa, I'm a
'Cause then-
graduate of the Wolfgang Puck YouTube cooking channel. There was no mention of puncturing those eggs like that. I've never heard of this.
Well, because also if you eat it incorrectly and then there's too much yolk at the end, and because you need to get the proper yolk smushiness all over the table.
Well, you gotta sop it up.
Yeah.
A little bread.
I will never do eggs Benedict.
Really?
No, I did it one time.
I'll never wear a life jacket.
I'm good. Hey, Press, on your list there's a restaurant in Clearwater, and I'm wondering, we had a girl come by when we were at Coco's.
She was the owner.
She was the owner of a. Is that the restaurant that she was the owner of? Do you guys
I don't
remember?
think so. It's called Another Broken Egg Cafe. I don't think that's the same place.
Because Case, what had happened is it was a beloved place in town, and they had to change the name. Right. And they really kept it pretty much the same. And she was talking about the blowback from the name change, which they couldn't avoid.
Right.
But, people get passionate about their haunts, and any sort of deviation from that can cause a problem.
Yeah.
Like they had to change it to Ball Tap, and a lot of people didn't like that.
Ball Tap.
Yeah.
Yeah. I could see that be a little off-putting.
I mean, it's a brewery.
All right, let's see if you know what movie this is from.
Morning, officers. What y'all, the second team? We're the first team.
Yeah, we're not going to fall for a banana in the tailpipe.
You're not gonna fall for the banana in the tailpipe? It should be more natural, brother. It should flow out like this. Look, man, I ain't falling for no banana in my tailpipe.
All right, we are going to go to Shane, see if he knows the answer. Hey, Shane, good morning. Hi, Shane, are you there?
Yes.
All right, Shane.
I am here.
What movie is that from?
That would be Beverly Hills Cop.
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct. Hang on, Shane.
I am here.
Here's what we have for you.
Yes. Shane, you won a pair of tickets as MMR Rocks Willie Nelson's 4th of July picnic with Willie Nelson and family. You got Bob Dylan, Robert Plant, and Allison Krauss, Maren Morris, Mavis Staples, and Celise. It's Thursday, July 4th at the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster, and you can find all the information you need at WMMR.com.
Thank you for that prize.
All right, here is the next clip. What is this from?
I would like a drink, please. I would like a vodka martini, please. Very dry with olives, a lot of olives, like at least 3 olives.
All right, 215-263 WMMR. Call now. All right, now wait to hit it until I point to you, okay?
Okay.
All right. What?
I like it. I like the dynamic.
Okay. The timing's got to be right. Because there's a little effect at the beginning and it gets covered up if I'm speaking. So it's time for the fast food roundup. Ah! Thank you. All right.
So good.
This is now Chuck's favorite part of the show.
That is.
The segment he loathed more than anything. He put it just below cancer, and now he loves it.
He's amazed by how complex it actually is when he stands in Marissa's room as we're doing this, all the activity that's going on behind the scenes. All right, so here we go. Fast food roundup. Starting Tuesday, McDonald's new $5 value meal aimed at bringing in cost-conscious diners goes live. The meal includes a choice of a McDouble cheeseburger or McChicken sandwich with a small French fry, 4-piece chicken nuggets, and a small soft drink. And these new value options come as the company addresses concerns over rising prices and competition from other fast food chains offering similar deals. In addition to the new value meals, individual McDonald's franchisees are offering localized deals. So as these things have become more public with the pricing, I think we're going to start to see a real war on dropping the prices.
Because it did happen before. It has happened throughout the lifespan of these various fast food restaurants.
Yep.
An interesting dynamic has taken place with this and because of this, and that has spurred this, is that people going out to fast food restaurants like Burger King or McDonald's or whatever go, well, if we're going to spend that, let's go a level up to Chili's or Applebee's and so they're starting to benefit from it and they're losing customers to them.
Yep, exactly. Taco Bell has previously tested the street chalupa.
Yes.
A new menu item.
Made from roadkill.
Select markets, and it looks like it could be coming to nationwide locations in the
that's good raccoon.
near future as a permanent menu addition. There's no official date or announcement about the arrival, but a press release from DoorDash announcing their 5th annual Summer of Dash Pass Savings event mentions an $8 discount on orders of $25 or more that include a Taco Bell Street Chalupa.
You know what's funny is that I very rarely eat Taco Bell, yet I pretty much love everything they have.
There must not be one nearby you.
Yeah, that's really it.
I didn't until they put one in Harleysville.
Right.
And it's on the way home.
Proximity is everything.
If I'm hungry, it's
you make a run for the border.
Real easy to swing in and make a run for the border.
I hit this one all the time. The one near my house, I don't go to anymore because the service there is just wait. I mean, you going through the drive-through, it takes like 10 minutes.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
You're a wealthy businessman. You don't have that kind of time.
I don't have time for that or flat pancakes. Wait, what am I doing?
Nothing. I just felt like hitting the bell. The Street Chalupa features a blend of melted mozzarella and pepper jack cheeses layered between two crunchy chalupa shells and stuffed with either marinated steak or shredded chicken, diced onion, cilantro, and jalapeno ranch sauce.
That sounds like a good role for Danny Trejo, Street Chalupa.
I agree.
I was born on the streets.
One last fast food roundup story. Subway has expanded its menu with 3 new foot-long dippers. Featuring, it sounds like Peter North.
It really does. It does the same thing.
Featuring,
what's that on the end of your dipper?
Featuring cheese and meat rolled in lavish style flatbread. These new
dip all over your face.
$3 snacks are available in 3 flavors: pepperoni and cheese, chicken and cheese, and double cheese. They're served with one of Subway's 11 signature sauces, allowing for multiple combinations. The footlong dippers join Subway's sidekick menu, which also includes items like the footlong churro and pretzel, and are part of Subway's broader effort to revamp its menu and image with new ingredients and innovative offerings.
So for a while, Subway was, I believe, number one. They were the most popular for a period, and then there were a whole bunch of things occurred.
I think they had more locations.
Is that what it was?
Than any other
location.
Restaurant chain in the country.
I used to go all the time.
Yeah.
And then let's say I found an option I preferred more.
Yeah. I know what you mean.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
All right, let's play the movie clip, see if somebody knows what film this is from.
I would like a drink, please. I would like a vodka martini, please. Very dry with olives, a lot of olives, like at least 3 olives.
All right, we'll go to Brent. Hi there, Brent.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Sorry to bother you at work.
Now, we want to know what movie that's from, dude. What is it?
That is from Iron Man.
Absolutely. And that means we got this for you.
You got a pair of tickets for Preston and Steve's Day Off at Dorney, Thursday, July 11th at Dorney Park and Wildwater Kingdom. And you can enjoy the park for the entire day with early admission and free parking. You get to be there for the live broadcast and enjoy rides that open early, including their brand new coaster, Iron Menace, Dorney Park, Wildwater Kingdom, for the fun of it.
Excellent.
Love it.
All right, let's do another movie clip and see if you can identify what this is from.
Now, I found that a hit record is like a stew. All the ingredients have to cook together just right. Otherwise, it's just soup.
All right, 215-263-WMMR. Call if you know the answer. Order up. Summer is when we, for some reason, break out the fruit. But when slicing up peaches, strawberries, watermelon, and more, plenty of injuries happen. 3 fruits in particular cause the most injuries, and I have tips on how to treat these mishaps.
Did you know that the diner in Roxborough, Bob's, right?
Bob's Diner, yeah.
There's a cemetery next to it. Those are all fruit fatalities.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
I had no idea.
Every one of them
That
died because of some sort of fruit preparation.
A fruit-related death, huh? Well, avocado-related knife injuries have become an epidemic in the world of hand injuries.
Is that now? I don't. I assume it's because of the pit removal, right?
Definitely.
Yeah.
So the number one, the rind is very tough,
right,
as well, and so the knife can slide off of it if you don't have a sharp enough knife. But yeah, when removing the pit, the best way to do it is so you cut the avocado in half, and the pit is going to be in one of the halves. And then you hold it in your palm, and you take the knife,
right,
and you kind of hack. You do a hacking motion down on the pit.
Mm-hmm.
It sticks in the pit, and then you can twist it and pull it out. And I think some people might.
That seems better. My method is kind of weird. I attempt to hold the handle of the knife between my eyelids, and I smash my face down on the counter.
Don't do that.
Okay.
No.
Do
it the way Preston's
all right,
doing.
yeah, it seems safer.
But that's the wrong way to do it. And also people just slipping on the. It's kind of a slick, tough rind on it. So
I want the knife.
For minor cuts, clean the wound with soap and water, then apply an antiseptic and bandage to it. For major cuts, go to the emergency room.
This is to the avocado or for you?
For you.
Okay.
I've shared this with you guys before, but it's worth bringing up again. I was worked in the kitchen for a little bit and was slicing lemons and cut my finger while slicing lemons and then got lemon juice into the cut and I all but passed out.
Then rolled in salt.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Then I lit my face on fire.
Then you dipped your balls in lye.
Yeah. It was one of the most painful experiences of my life.
So watermelon wounds happen when the knife slips on the rind. That's another one that can. I've almost cut myself chopping up a watermelon.
I love watermelon.
Yeah.
I love it.
So here's what you do: place a watermelon on a cutting board to reduce the risk of slippage. Also make sure that everything is dry. Here's a tip for those people that are cutting up produce. If you do have something that's kind of oddly shaped that you need to cut, if you cut a small slice, I mean very small, off of the bottom or sides, it creates a flat spot on the fruit, and you can put it on the cutting board, and it won't slip around.
That makes sense. Yeah. I would say, and we tried it here one time in the studio. You get a brand new lawnmower that's clean.
Yeah.
And you just throw
the produce into the spinning blade.
Need a sip of water, bud?
I got it, Rowdy.
Okay.
Just took it out. If I take it now, I'll die.
All right. All right. And then this one I've never heard of. Apparently, when lime juice gets on your skin and is exposed to sunlight, it can burn you.
What?
If possible, it says don't juice.
I use lime juice as sunblock.
Don't juice limes and lemons into your cocktails and salads outside during the daylight hours. If citrus juice gets on your skin, wash it. Never heard of that before.
Huh.
Me neither.
Do you remember back in the day of using lemon juice to lighten your hair?
Yeah, and then Sun In was the same thing.
Sun In, yeah.
I did this. You know, when I was a kid, my hair did not belong to me. It belonged to my mother, and I wasn't allowed to do anything with it. But one summer, she let me use Sun In.
Do you know what I found out? I burn really easily if I lay down in a huge frying pan and coat myself in butter.
Yeah, that kind of makes sense.
Yeah. And I'm like, what?
So how did the Sun In work?
So for me, not that great. Okay. I expected my hair to turn blonde, and it was more of like a strawberry blonde, if anything.
Would you, as a kid, would your hair? Because I remember if I was out and I was out all the time, you know, the hair would definitely lighten up in the summer.
Yeah. So we got Sun In a few summers ago for my kids, and they are kind of blonde already. So it went really, really blonde.
All right. Listen to this. Never heard of this. Marissa or Grace pulled this up on our screen here. A margarita burn, also known as phytophotodermatitis, is a skin reaction that occurs when lime juice gets on your skin and is exposed to ultraviolet rays.
Never heard of that.
Margarita burn.
All right.
Wasting away in margarita burn.
Yeah.
I have a question that's not food related, but sunburn related. Are your car windows ultraviolet protected? Can you get sunburn just from driving in your car?
It's a very good question. I believe they are UV. I don't think so, Case. But anytime it passes through glass naturally, and I don't know if this is categorically through all types of glass, but it's my understanding, like if you're sitting in a sunroom in your house, you're not going to get a tan because of the glass is going to stop. And I don't know if it's the natural properties inherent in glass or if all glass is UV treated in a way.
So a quick search says, ordinarily, glass such as glass windows in your home or in your car can filter out UVB rays, but not UVA sun rays, which means by sitting in the window, by the window on a sunny day, you will not increase your vitamin D intake. You'll have to go outside to soak up the sun's rays, and the same can be applied to your car.
Okay. So maybe it's to some extent.
Yeah.
That
it will allow about 3/4 of UVA radiation through.
Okay. All right. Let's see if you know what movie this is from.
Now, I found that a hit record is like a stew. All the ingredients have to cook together just right. Otherwise, it's just soup.
All right, we're going to go to the phones, and it is Scott that we go to. Hey there, Scott.
Hey, good morning.
That always scares me. Good morning to see you, Scott. All right, what is the answer? What's the movie?
That Thing You Do.
Yeah. Yes. Well done. You win. Hang on, here's what we have for you.
We got a pair of tickets to MMR Rocks Willie Nelson's 4th of July picnic with Willie Nelson and family, Bob Dylan, Robert Plant, and Allison Krauss, Maren Morris, Mavis Staples, and Celise. It's going to be on Thursday, July 4th at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster, and you can get all the information you need at WMMR.com.
All right, we have one more movie clip to play. What is this from?
Now, let's see. Albert gets the raisin bread. Simon gets the English muffins. Theodore gets the banana bread, the orange slices, the cereal, the bowl of yogurt, the peanut butter sandwich, pancakes with gooseberry jelly, the scrambled eggs with toast.
All right, 215-263-WMMR. Call if you know the answer. Order up. Last story here. New data from sports marketing company Team Marketing Report reveals the 2023 NFL Fan Cost Index rose by over 7% year over year, with a total cost of attendance at a league average of $631.63. So that means if you want to go to a game, I believe it says here that the total cost of attendance at a league average is $631.63. Considering the high cost of admission, many football fans have accepted emptying their pockets at stadium concession stands as the new normal. This season, the data from Team Marketing Report indicates that the smallest beer size at every stadium, a 14.5-ounce serving on average, ran fans $8.81 or $9.76 per pint. $9.76 per pint, which is a 20-cent increase year over year. Now, while the San Francisco 49ers take the gold for the most expensive beer at $12 for 16 ounces, it's actually Philadelphia Eagles fans who are forced to pay the most per ounce for their beloved brews. At Lincoln Financial Field, Birds fans fork over a whopping 96 cents per ounce with a 12-ounce beer. And a 12-ounce beer is just the regular bottle of beer that you buy and get a six-pack of.
Right.
$11.50. $11.50 for one single bottle of beer.
God almighty.
I shared this study in my stories on Instagram yesterday, Casey, and a lot of people replied to me over Instagram saying that this study and the things that have been happening over the length of the last few years it's exactly why tailgating is as big as it is. People just stay outside of the stadium,
get what they need,
get what they need, and if they want to get loaded up and party, they do that outside.
Yeah, my friends that I grew up with, they're all season ticket holders, and most of them, they don't drink at all once they get into the venue.
Yeah. So they eat all their sliced fruit in the parking lot.
Yep.
So I went to a Phil's game a couple of weeks ago, and my buddy paid for the ticket, so I was going to buy the booze, and we walk up to the gal who was a listener, by the way, who was at the bar, and so I ordered 4 beers, and she comes over and brings me the receipt, and she goes, "That'll be $6 million." It was so funny. I loved it, but it was
It's not too far off.
It was with tip. $67.
Oh my God.
$67. Now those were 24-ounce beer, or I think they were 24 ounces. So
it's funny.
$67 for a round of beers.
I was thinking about this the other day, and you just mentioned that 12 ounces is a beer. A bottle of beer size, is that normal uniformly? Okay. Yep. So when and just getting a cup of coffee and realizing, I think over the course of time, we've been trained to drink far larger amounts, right? Like the 8-ounce used to kind of be the normal, right? Now 8 ounces seems small. Am I incorrect in that?
Yeah.
Well, they sell bigger cans and bottles to shorten the lines so that you have more when you're at your seats. But Nick, you're talking about it's expensive to drink in there. It's also expensive to eat. So everybody outside tailgating isn't buying food and absorbing all of that alcohol, which is also
so it's a
problems.
self-fulfilling prophecy, basically.
I actually have a problem. I walk half of the stadium just to find food.
There's
nothing vegetarian at all in the second level, like a pretzel.
Yeah, or
that's
like you can get a Chickies and Pete's or something.
Yeah, like the fries. And
The
those
fries.
lines are always outrageous.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Right.
like that's it. It's fries or whatever. Like there used to be these tacos that were really good. The food at the Link is definitely not the best.
Believe it or not, the New York Giants have the cheapest
New York
beer. Yeah, I'm shocked. And in fact, the Jets are right in line. So the top 5.
Well, they need to drink.
The top 5 are tied at 42 cents per ounce. The Giants, Jets, Lions, Dolphins, Falcons all have 42 ounce, and we are more than double that at the Philadelphia Eagles at 96 cents.
Does that go to Mr. Lurie? Like I'm you know.
No, it's Aramark.
It's Aramark,
Yeah.
right? Okay.
Well, in Preston, the Jets and the Giants play at the same stadium.
Yeah.
So
you're
they
right.
probably have to choose a price, like Jets fans or Giants fans.
Yeah, where's Arizona Cardinals on there? Because I was blown away that the parking was free there, and I went out to Phoenix for a Fish concert and a Arizona Cardinals game, and both places, the Talking Sticks Pavilion and the football stadium, was free parking, and I guess maybe they built that into the price of the ticket. I'm not really sure.
Somebody's paying
out in the beginning part of this segment. The average price just to go to a game. Like parking and the ticket and all of that stuff. Like that's. Yeah. I mean, I don't spend that kind of money. But
So if you're going to like a baseball game, you're going to get a beer, right?
Yeah.
All right. And your food of choice, is it going to be a hot dog?
Probably.
Yeah.
But to be like a 24-ounce beer, you have to slam that, or you're
if
drinking
it's
a
hot
warm
out,
beer. Yeah.
if it's warm out, forget it, dude. Yeah, your beer's getting warm pretty quickly.
Oh, Matt and I were at a Rockies game last weekend, and it was literally 1/4 of the way into the beer. It was immediately hot.
Yep. Oh, the Rockies.
Welcome everyone. We're coming to see the Rockies play. Sometimes we run the wrong direction. That hits to the head.
But we paid $30 for it, so of course we drank warm beer for 3 innings.
Oh, you're going to finish it.
Yeah, you got to.
All right, let's see if somebody can identify this movie, please.
Now, let's see. Albert gets the raisin bread. Simon gets the English muffins. Theodore gets the banana bread, the orange slices, the cereal, the bowl of yogurt, the peanut butter sandwich, pancakes with gooseberry jelly, the scrambled eggs with toast.
All right, we'll go to Jordan and try to
Good
get
morning.
the answer. Hi, Jordan.
Is it the Chipmunk Adventure?
Chipmunk Adventure. Oh, man.
I was way off.
All right, Jordan, hang on. What do you think it was?
Pulp Fiction.
Pulp Fiction?
Yeah.
No. Jordan got it right, so here's what we have for Jordan.
You got a pair of tickets for Preston and Steve's Day Off at Dorney, Thursday, July 11th at Dorney Park and Wildwater Kingdom. And you can enjoy the park for the entire day with early admission, free parking, and you can be there for our live broadcast and enjoy some rides that open early. And that's all includes the brand new coaster, Iron Menace, Dorney Park, Wildwater Kingdom, for the fun of it.
Excellent. And that is the connoisseur for this week, friend.
The Connoisseur Weekend Edition.
Hope you got something out of that.
And we got to find you your bell.
I wonder if Pierre has that, or I don't know. I'll have to look around a little bit.
Kudos to Marissa, by the way, for running triple duty on during that whole segment.
Yeah, she kept coming in and out of the studio, giving the winners and having the clips and all that stuff. So thank you.
For a beer.
All right, we're going to take a break. We'll be back in just a moment or two, so don't stray far, friend. No sad, bro. It's Friday. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve.
They just, he got off stage in a cold sweat. He said, "Did you see that? That was terrible." I said, "Bill, you literally just made history. That video is going to roll forever."
I saw you. I think you're on Rogan describing the whole situation, and that like the comedians all actually something that was promising to be so cool and fraternal turned out to be a nightmare, like Platoon. And you said in that moment he secured his legend by and the fact that he was dissecting everything that we hold dear, and you could win over an audience by throwing it back in their face was just an amazing thing.
He roasted them in the way that roasts. Well, it was cruel what he did, but roasts used to be meant not to be televised, not to be recorded. They were recorded, some of them, but they, when I was roasting on Comedy Central, that should not have been televised. That should have been just for a bunch of people that want to hear that kind of language, because it was, it crossed the line. It was on after after 11 or 12. Sure. When clips run out of context now, it's, but Bill basically said the worst things you could about my hometown people in my loving Philly. And it was hilarious because he was unrelenting. He would go 5 minutes, 4 minutes, 3 minutes. I'm doing all 15. You deserve it. And what I was going to say was he was over my house. We were smoking a cigar not long ago because that's the best way to get COVID. So we wanted to try that. And we're sitting there talking. And I said, I'm going to be 65 in May, Bill. And, it's so interesting. I got a lot of things starting for me now. I'm going to direct a movie later in the year. I was just in a movie. And it's things, I haven't even done what I came here to do yet. And he looked at me. He exhaled smoke and he said, well, you better effing hurry up. Like I said, I'm not dying, man. I mean, I know Norman Lear. He's not.
You're just looking for a nice little exchange with a friend and a heart to heart, and he basically says you're about to die.
Yeah, telling him that I've got all this great work I'm about to do that I've never done. Because what I share with Bill is the love of stand-up. What I share with everybody, all the people that do it for the right reasons, and it's been hard on a lot of comedians that haven't been able to even make a living, but I'm very fortunate, and Bill is on fire. In fact, I've got to leave and put him out. But Bill is because he played a firefighter in Pete's movie, but that makes no sense. See, it's not always good.
Well, let me tell you this. I will tell you this, and everyone wants to ask you a question, but I will tell you this. I think things, you mentioned COVID and all that stuff. The things that everyone is sort of looking for as those flags that we're returning to normalcy. Rock concerts and music and stand-up and going out to see stuff like that, live shows. And that's at the heart of what was so crippling for the comedians and musicians. And I feel, obviously you're proof positive as we're promoting your gig that we're turning around now.
First thing, I didn't know I was positive. I was told I was tested negative, but thank you. And I'm glad I heard it from you on the air. But I am beyond thrilled. I have had 2 injections. I had them in my butt. Yeah. I actually did the drive-through. So I just
put your ass
stuck it out the window. Yeah, I did the whole thing. And there was a different cheek for each dose of the Moderna. But I'll just go on more about that. So what happened was I really know when to stop, don't I? Anyway, but to go back and to be able to perform, and it's not going to be loaded with people. They have to do the CDC guidelines. Sure. So people are going to wear masks, and it's going to probably be half or less, a third. I don't know what the thing is. We're doing 2 shows. My buddy Mike and I have toured for 10 years, and he's doing really well. But we're on tour again because I haven't been this excited to do stand-up. I don't think ever.
That's great.
Ever, because they need it and I need it, and I get to make people laugh, and I'll be able to hear them through a mask, Yeah.
So, Bob, in the world of social media, when you're posting on Twitter and Instagram, and you're posting these photos, you always have to be aware of what's going on in the background because people like to zoom in and you left the toilet dispenser out and or whatever. But now you're doing these Zoom interviews, and clearly you've given your background a lot of thought as well, and we've been doing this with other Zoom interviews.
Right.
So I'm noticing the stuff that is neatly placed on the desk behind you, and I'm wondering if over your right shoulder, is that a Batmobile? I can't really figure out what's going on all the way over.
It looks like one, but yes, you know what? I think it is. It is. Yes, it is.
Oh.
I would go get it, but I'm wired to the computer. So,
so Steve,
if I leave, I drag the whole damn setup off the thing. But on the other shoulder is Rodney Dangerfield, a gold. That is an award from the UCLA Brain Society. Not society. It's not a society of brain people. It's the brains. It's the secret brain club.
They're like the aliens from Mars Attacks.
Exactly. It's Mars Attack people. But it's actually was given to me by the people that run the brain ward in the brain center at which is redundant because the brain. Anyway, you're right. You were right earlier. Tangents are not a good thing. I really should have listened when we started. But that was awarded to me by Joan Dangerfield, his widow, and a friend of mine, Joe Gray, at a big event. And he was a good friend. I officiated his funeral, and he started me out on the Young Comedian special when I was like 25, 24.
I remember. Yeah.
Bob, don't you have another piece of memorabilia from Rodney in your collection? Something
I do. It's in the other room. There's a study behind here, and I've got Rodney's pot pipe, and that came out on the Bill Burr Bert Kreischer podcast. And I've got a box that he kept all of his pot in, and his actual pot pipe. And I'm afraid I got to hide just looking at it.
Well, a lot of people don't know that he was a very active pot smoker, and that was his thing. And he was, you know, I wonder now, Bob, with the strains and the potency levels, how do you think he would have held up against the current crop and strains?
I don't think he would have needed the brain surgery. I think literally he could have gone out a little more peaceful, because it was elective brain surgery because it was something that was going to happen to him.
All right.
And I'm not big on elective brain surgery, just me personally, because that's why I stopped practicing brain surgery. But he was like, man, I'll tell you, I'll smoke pot every day. I don't care who knows it. They're going to put it on my epitaph. And I'm like, I don't think you want that on your tombstone. Well, actually, on his tombstone it says, "There goes the neighborhood," because he's next to like Billy Wilder and Dean Martin and stuff.
That's sensational. I wanted to just bring up something, because you were mentioning directing and getting onto some projects you're doing. Dirty Work was on the other night, and that you directed that, and Norm Macdonald is in it.
Yep.
And to me, that, and I know a lot of people feel this way, that is a cult status level movie. Do you ever get a chance?
I want to marry you. I want to marry you. I am married. My wife's out of town, but if she comes back on Sunday, if we can get married right after I do the Hard Rock Saturday.
It's just Norm Macdonald to me is just one of the greats, and I hold you in that rare status as well as far as what you do, but the union of you two, and it's so wrong in all the right ways.
Well, it's really nice to hear you say that, and I will have something I'll be able to say in the months ahead that is damn exciting if you love that movie.
All right.
And it's not a flip book. You know?
No, I would not be as excited.
We're coming out with a Viewmaster from Dirty Work.
I used to love Viewmasters.
It is something that if we're doing what we're planning to do with who we're planning to do it with, it's going to be one of your favorite things that you've seen in a long time. So
awesome.
It's been a couple years in the making, but it would. I'm really not subtle. We know what I'm talking about.
But we can't say it for legal reasons.
No, I can't. But I love Norm, and when I call him and when we talk, it's just like I'll try him for like a week, or I'll text him, and then all of a sudden I'll get a phone call. Hey, Saget, why don't you ever call me? It's like, he's always the good one to blame other people. And I'm always just a total sucker for his comedy. He's one of the smartest people I've ever known that does comedy. But I got to tell you, I've been going over. I got to tell you, I'm Bob Hope's dead. I've been going over a stand-up that I want to do. It's oddly, before the quarantine happened, before COVID, I was becoming more responsible in what I was doing. It would just seem to have more meaning. There were more stories. There was more. It wasn't politics or religion. I'm not there to do that. I'm there to entertain everybody, but yet have some actual human context of the things I grew up with.
Yeah,
more human, and it just started happening. So I'm a different. People are now just right before quarantine. They were going, "You're not as dirty as I want you to be." I'm like, I'll throw in another word for you. I don't know what to do. We change as we do this. You don't do just one speed, one thing. So,
well, I think
I can't wait.
Just a quick observation is that your material's always been able to stand on your. I think there used to be for years an initial shock that the Full House guy was for people who were unaware. I happen to be aware that you were great with that, but the material isn't predicated on the expletives. The material was always there. You're always a smart comic.
Thank you for knowing that, because that's the truth. I don't know. I'm out of context, and all they do is take a scene from The Aristocrats, which can't be made or shown. But you guys started my career. Not you personally, but WMMR. Yeah. I won a radio contest when I was 17 years old.
Yeah.
And WMMR gave me $500. I don't know if I've talked about it on your show before.
You have, yeah.
Well, here it is again.
Was that it? Was that at Stephen Starr's Comedy Club?
Club or?
No, actually, that's where I really started. But before that, it was a place called Grandma Minnie's, and you guys were teenagers, and I was. No, you were babies. I was a teenager. I was 17. I sang a song about bondage, and then people go, "How did the Full House dad get weird?" I don't know. When he was 17, he sang a song about bondage. So, I mean, Steven Starr did a lot for my career. I was playing at a club at 3rd and Bainbridge that he owned.
Okay.
But I love Philly. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I wanted to ask you about
Are you going to conduct an orchestra?
That's how we know
we hold up our fingers so that we don't talk over one another, and so that but I wanted to ask you about Comedy Central roast because you mentioned them earlier, and they've been airing them a lot lately, and I think that they're great, but they also get cut off. In particular, there was one where Bill Hader came out as the president of Hollywood, and I don't remember if you were there at that roast.
No, I've only been to one. I've actually hosted real roasts that weren't televised, like the Jack Black roast for 2,000 people in New York. Wow. That was for the Friars. So that was for charities. The other charity is Comedy Central. But please continue. So Bill Hader got cut off?
I guess my question is, you probably prefer to do the ones in private because the ones on Comedy Central really are just tailor-made for TV. They're chopped up, they're edited a lot, and to me, it's not really pure comedy. It's more just about...
Yeah, and mine was particularly because I had a edgy bluer stand-up because I don't know. I did an HBO special shot at NYU with 20-year-olds, so I just became a chameleon for the audience. I should have chosen a higher ground, but that's who I was as an artist. But that was particularly foul with my friends, and Stamos hosted. It had famous Cloris Leachman kiss on it.
That was great.
May she rest in peace. And then Gilbert, who I want to sue for the rest of my life for what he said. And unfortunately, people see that and they think if people are joking about it, it's true. That's how herd mentality works.
Yeah.
It's like, what? And I didn't say anything. I just sat there and eventually laughed. Sometimes there was actually, when I was doing it, Joel Gallen, the great Greg Giraldo, who I loved so much.
Oh, he's one of the best.
You guys loved him, right? Yep. Did you used to have him on?
We had him on the show, and he's again in that the economy.
I just wanted to mention something. Last night we did an event. Every year we go to Sequoia Outback for the Deck Builders Bash that they hold for the contractors, and great band plays there, the Buzzer Band. And at some point during their performance last night, their keyboard player, this guy Vince, fell off the stage.
Yes.
And banged his head and might have broken his wrist.
Oh.
And they were only like 3 songs in. And that happened, and so he had to take off, and they had to do the rest of the show without him. They're like, a 10-piece band, so they had lots of sound to fill in. But we hope he's doing all right, because he had a big old knot on his head and a big old road rash on his forehead.
We didn't know what was going on. They broke into their set, and it was great, and it was moving along. And then suddenly I was like, oh, yeah, they stopped playing. And you came over and told us what had happened.
Yep.
And then Preston, I forget the woman, very sweet, she had a keytar.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
And then stepped in.
And thanks to Vinny for letting me jump in and play with the band. They always ask me to get them to play a song, so it was cool.
They have a couple of gigs this weekend in Pottstown and in Warrington, and then they're going to be at Shady Brook Farms in July. So go see them. They're good.
Yeah, great band.
I get a real kick out of watching you play.
Me?
Because I can see how much joy it brings you.
Oh, it's fun.
Yeah.
It's so much fun. I can just play one song and then leave and go get a drink.
Yeah, but you did Superstition and
sit there all night and jam.
You were grooving, man.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
There's a video of you on our Instagram stories.
I have to see that. Nice. All right. So since we're ready to the weekend, it's probably a good time to clean out the junk drawer, don't you?
It's the junk drawer. Preston's cleaning out his junk drawer. Getting things out of his junk drawer. Finding stuff here in the junk drawer.
All right, diving into the junk drawer. Here we go. I found something. So Ferrari, the luxury Italian car manufacturer, of course, is planning to make an electric vehicle. And
Interesting.
Yeah. So they're planning on making electric, and it's only going to set you back $500,000 if you'd like to get one.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, but think of all that money you're going to save on gas, guys.
The car maker's foray into the EV space comes as many consumers are eschewing fully electric vehicles in favor of cheaper hybrid or diesel cars.
Why would you put shoes on them?
With a AAA survey finding 63% of consumers say that they are unlikely to buy an EV due to the higher prices and the lack of reliable charging infrastructure. But Ferrari may be betting that there will be sufficient demand among the world's wealthiest consumers for the pricey, clean energy vehicles. And they've priced it at $535,000.
So let's say you're looking at like a Prius or something. Does this end up on your radar as well?
Sure, for a moment. The EV will also be considerably more expensive than Ferrari's average first quarter sale price, which is $376,000.
I'm curious as to how much it actually costs to make that car. Right, through the labor and the parts and all that.
May I say, in 2 days, this is the third time I've heard you say something like that.
Really? Okay, what were the other ones?
Legos, the tent last night,
yes,
and now this car. So I think that's your mind, your headspace is just right now.
Someone's building a factory.
How much does it cost to make these things? Because here's what we have to pay for them.
Well, yeah, I mean, the tent was because, we do the Camp Out for Hunger every year, and we have to rent a tent every year. And then so we spent a lot of money renting those tents. And I'm like, why don't we just buy it?
You're saying, why don't we build a Ferrari?
But you also asked, I wonder how much it costs to make one of these things, too. So.
Yeah. But I'm curious as to all of that stuff. Because, listen, we're, in difficult times these days and, making ends meet and,
Part of the reason why these luxury cars do cost more, and listen, yes, it's the name, it's the brand, they can pump a lot behind that, but it's because of the tailor-made aspect of it all. One person will, for example, work on the entire engine. I'm not saying that's the case here, but I'm just giving you an example. One person will stitch all that leather together.
That's it.
Stuff like
You're
that.
not mass producing.
Right.
They're not, every day 1,000 Ferraris rolling off a line.
Yeah. I remember reading years ago, and I don't know if this is still the case, but that there were no machines involved, no automated machines involved in building a Rolls Royce, that everything was done by hand.
I saw a special, actually, Nick, about the making of a Rolls Royce. And I forget what version of the Rolls Royce they were making, but you're exactly right. B, Preston, they had the guy who came in from Italy who was doing the hand stitching and, all of this stuff. It's just crazy levels of attention.
Is that still the case for Rolls Royce, or have they automated it?
Maybe there's some aspect of it. They're still way up there.
Casey, I don't think about how much it costs to make it. I think about if it costs that much now as the first one, how much cheaper is it going to be in 3 years when they start mass producing these things?
So far, the purchasers of EVs tend to be higher income consumers. With one study finding that the majority are men with incomes of more than $100,000. $100,000?
Yes.
Let's go way up more than that.
I make $100,000 a year. I think I'm going to purchase a $500,000 car.
Yeah, the automaker is preparing to open a plant in Maranello, Italy, dedicating
I'm also going to order a beer.
To manufacturing the electric model. The plant will reportedly manufacture other Ferrari vehicles, including gas and hybrid models. The new vehicle is expected to hit the market toward the end of 2025, while Ferrari is preparing an EV that's pricier than its gas-engined models. Other automakers are taking a different track, and some are cutting the EV prices in an effort to boost wavering demand. So, obviously the electric thing took off immediately, and a lot of people jumped on board. And now, and then all the other car companies started getting on board, and so they're starting to have excess inventory on them.
It's having a second run of the hybrids. That a lot of the companies are introducing hybrid lines.
Yeah, exactly.
They have the best parking spots.
Hybrids do?
Because you can plug in.
Oh, yes. All right, here is another story from the junk drawer. We've talked about this before. Adult summer camps are having a huge surge in popularity, offering women in particular
Are we talking about prisons?
No, a blend of nostalgia, relaxation, and connection. These retreats, like Camp Social in the Poconos and Camp Chateau in France, provide luxurious accommodations and activities tailored for grown-ups, replacing traditional camp stuff with upscale amenities and unlimited wine.
I want to hear about the camp in the Poconos.
Yeah, I don't know much about it. Nick, if you wouldn't mind looking it up, it is called Camp Social, somewhere in the Poconos. Not sure exactly where.
I was, this is sort of tangential to that, but I was thinking about all of my friends from college and how much fun it would be to rent our old fraternity house for a weekend in the summer. I'm like,
that's actually pretty cool.
Would Ursinus do that? Like how much would I, like if I could take Maples, that was the name of the house that I lived in. It was on campus. If I could take that for, a Friday to Sunday.
I bet you the issue would be insurance and whether they'd make you cover like a special insurance policy or so on and so forth.
Right.
And what do you think it would be like? Would you think you would tear it up, or would you think it'd be, would it be, introspective, or what would the goal be?
I think the goal would be to get everybody together and hang out and have a good time.
And to big chill it?
And to big chill it.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, probably. Nick pulled up Camp Social. Looks really cool.
Is it glamping or is it?
It's kind of. It's not. You're not pitching tents.
Okay, I'm pitching a tent right now.
I'm sure you are. Wait lists, by the way, are stretching into the thousands as spots are selling out years in advance. Camp Social has a roster of over 40,000 camping hopefuls alone.
Wow.
So you may have to wait a few years before you can participate.
What's the going price?
It doesn't say.
Nick,
I don't know.
Upgrades aside, what was it like when you went back to Camp Taqua? Like, did it make you want to stay and go to the beach and go water skiing?
Yeah. I mean,
and
it's super nostalgic. My son now goes there every year. He's the CIT this summer, and then he'll be a counselor next summer. My brothers went there. Marissa went there. It's right on the eastern shore of the Chesapeake. It's unbelievably beautiful, and there's a lot of activities for kids. What I love most about it for my son is that they're hardly on their phones for at least 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And they can be kids for a long stretch of time.
Him being a CIT, have you ever showed him the song from Meatballs, the CIT song?
I've not.
No.
Okay.
No. But I'll tell you this. When I picked him up last summer, the first thing that he said to me was, that was the best month of my life.
Oh wow!
Wow.
I never did the camp
Summer
thing.
camp?
Yeah, because I had to watch TV on the couch.
Right. Yeah, you had a job.
That was my thing.
One job.
Yeah, I had to know how these shows played out.
I did a couple of camps, and I loved them. They were so much fun. And now, I never went longer than a week. Some people did, all summer.
I regret it, actually, that I didn't go do, because we did have some good camps in the area. But I mean, I managed to fill up my time, during the summer vacation. But hearing about stuff like that, about those kind of activities, I would have loved to have done that.
It was pretty special.
oh my God, it was the best thing ever. I would go for a month. Our parents would come in the middle and they would take us to like a local town to do our laundry. And then because it was 2 weeks.
So it was a
sessions.
sweatshop.
Yeah, kind of. It was a romantic weekend for my parents, and they would just visit us for 3 hours to do our laundry. But it was horseback riding and jewelry and like
canoeing and
water ski. It's where I learned to water
Felching.
ski and sail. And there would be like all camp dances on the tennis courts, and then there'd be smaller dances. And when you would pack, you'd like pack your dance outfit, and then you'd also pack outfits in case whatever your lip sync song was. That
Right.
And all of those little games and those things, it was just so special.
Did you guys do any leather working? We did that. We made like wristbands and belts.
Oh,
Yeah.
And the big thing was we made whips.
Dude, that's what I do, man.
We would take the leather strands and weave them in a I don't know what you call that. Not a lattice, but
Like a braid?
Like a braid.
Braid?
Thank you. And then then we tie one loose end and then tie a knot on the end of that.
Would you have a BDSM night?
Whip? Not a sanctioned one. Not official.
With all those whips?
We had lots of leather.
Yeah.
And you could tan them and put little stamps and things on them. It was fun. They're doing this. The adult camps are tapping into deep-seated desire for new experiences and connections, and they're incredibly popular. So I had an idea for, and this is back years and years and years ago, when I was kind of, getting tired of drinking as much as I was. And I thought a novel idea for somebody who is sober curious, somebody who has not tried it and may not have the faculty to do it on their own, to have like a week-long camp of try out sobriety. Like try it out and have it be like a camp experience where you have other things to distract you and like-minded people around
I got you. Yes.
To go out and just see what it's like to sober up for a full week and find out that there are other things that you can do and have fun besides hitting the bottle.
Yes. I see merit to that.
Yeah. But I got drunk and forgot about it. Oh, my God.
So piteous. The grass of food is hideous. We're gonna smoke and drink and fool around. Looking out, we're North Star CIT. Here we go! We are the CIT, so piteous. The grass of food is hideous. We're gonna smoke and drink and fool around. We're looking out, we're North Star CIT. We're the North Star CIT.
How do they get from Meatballs 1 to Meatballs 2?
Yeah.
Talk about it. A complete departure, man. As is often pointed out, there is a boxing match with an alien at the end of it.
By the way, that song, that is the second Nookie we've had on the show today.
True.
Because we were talking about...
did it all for the Nookie.
We did it all for the Nookie. Nick, what does this text say?
It's about that Camp Social place, and I found it interesting.
Says a friend of mine went to Camp Social, and he said it's like a swinger fest.
Oh. Really?
It's a bunch of married couples and younger couples, and you're just doing fun drinking things, and there's a lot of sex. Sign me up.
Was that what it was like for you when you guys went to camp?
Of course. No, we were trying to. Definitely trying to.
Did you kiss anyone there?
No.
No kisses at camp?
I want so badly. That was back in my days of longing where I was just aching to be with a girl. I was in 5th grade.
Okay.
What's your name, young fella?
Oh, no.
I ain't much, but I got what I've been called a juicy lips.
No, because they had, Marissa, they had a dance.
Uh-huh.
And that was...
I'll dance with a young fella.
And it was like, tonight, man, tonight.
Yeah.
You know,
Oh,
because
yeah,
there were
yeah.
lots of cute girls there. Lots of cute girls. But no, never happened. Did you ever kiss anybody?
I had a couple of names added in my Ziggy notebook.
You
from
did?
Taqua.
Were they real people?
Well, so I went to Taqua for maybe like 5 years.
Okay. Different person each year? Or?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Maybe each week. Preston.
So anyhow, the Camp Social, if you want a swinger event, there you go. That's just from one text. I don't know. All right, let me go back into the junk show. All right, here we go. I saw this. According to new research, Americans over 45 feel 12 years older than their actual age on average. There's a survey of
I'd be a funeral plot.
2,000 adults aged 28 or older, split evenly by generation, also reveals that more than half of the people who feel older than they are blame it on joint pain. Which has held 45% back in their daily lives and sometimes kept them from doing the things that they love.
Well, these people have clearly not listened to any of our commercial breaks.
I know. QC Kinetics and Trinity
Yeah,
Rehab.
absolutely, yes.
So things that make people feel older than they are include body pain. That's the most popular answer. Getting tired easily and feeling less active overall.
So
for me, it's the getting tired easily thing.
Overall, though, would you
Probably
say
that makes me feel older.
Besides that, do you think the perception of what you would feel like at this age that you're currently at? I have perpetually felt younger. It just isn't. The perception of being old has never hit me.
Well,
being older, or even when I was 20, I thought 40. I perpetually feel younger.
I think this particular study mainly means physical.
Because of physical, okay.
Because mentally, I do not feel older. But there are times when I have to, I don't know, throw something, pick something up, whatever, some kind of physical thing that I haven't done in a long time. And I'm like, oh, I can't do that anymore.
Yeah.
When you rip a bicep picking up a Pop-Tart.
Yeah.
But it's not even that. It's not even like major injuries. For me, I think the way I feel it is with the minor injuries that just linger forever. Like I fell on my wrist on December 28th. And I still feel it. You know what I mean?
December 28th. No, I know. Those things that bizarrely linger.
I forgot who the comedian was that was here, and he had said, when you turn 50, things will happen where you pull a muscle and you go, that's going to hurt for a year.
Yeah. My ribs,
a year.
Yeah.
And he's not that far off the mark.
wrong, yeah.
My ribs still aren't right, and that was like 3 weeks ago, and that just kind of happens. When I fell on my neck at the Camp Out for Hunger.
That was a pretty big hit, though.
It was, but like, dude, it was months and months and months, and like, and there was no like major injury. Do you know what I mean?
I exercise all the time. Every day I'm active. It took me a year to recover from a skipping injury. So there you go. Need I say more?
Yeah.
So nearly half of those polled reported that they don't feel their age. Just how much older depends on their generation. So baby boomers feel an average of 14 years older. The silent generation respondents feel about 12 years older. What's the silent
If they're silent, how are they responding?
And Gen Xers, that's me, feel about 10 years older on average. But almost half of the people won't tell anyone when they're in pain. They're afraid it will make them seem too old or frail. Or they are making everything about themselves, or they're just overreacting.
If you tell people a lot you're in pain, then you can get them to carry you. which is always good. Yeah. Carry me.
Silent generation comes before boomers.
Okay.
So
before boomers.
1928 to 1945, often referred to as the greatest generation.
The greatest generation. Well, they don't feel as old as baby boomer does. Baby boomers do.
Rubber baby
bumpers. Knee pain is a problem for 40% of respondents, and their lack of mobility has led to changes where they live. At 25%, and also where they work at 22%, and how they travel at 17% responding that
Do you know
way.
it's tough to deal with a lot as you get older? Because the stretch marks above your huge penis.
Yeah.
Well,
it pulls down, and that causes that
It just is unsightliness. No, I don't. I don't have really a lot of lingering. I feel bad for people who deal with just pain in general, like that, or chronic pain. A friend of mine had to get hip replacement surgery when he was latter 30s.
Yeah, my brother,
38.
My brother was kind of on that
I'm like,
trajectory for a
Whoa.
while. Yeah.
So some of it's just luck of the draw, genetic
lottery.
It happens. It can happen early on in life.
A lot of them are competitive
skippers,
Preston.
Nick has found you doing the speed record for skipping, Steve. We're watching this video. You're in the doorway, jumping up and down, loosening up. Doing that Michelle Jenneke, that runner.
It didn't
doing your
work.
little sexy dance, and here you go. Now you're skipping down the hall, and you're doing a little two-step method.
Yeah, so I was doing the Wizard of Oz.
Yeah, and at some point you hurt yourself.
That was it. I used the Wizard of Oz, and that was risky. Everyone told me not to.
Yeah, you should have just done the straight skip.
August 17, 2016 was when that happened.
Yeah, and it was August of the following year where the pain finally went away.
But you're smiling while you're doing it, so you were hiding it well. You were playing hurt.
I'm acting, yeah.
I was on a trampoline 2 weeks ago, and I was like, I haven't done a backflip on a trampoline in a long time.
No.
And so I didn't hurt myself, but all the adults were like, dude, don't do that. Don't. And they got their cameras out there, or waiting for something bad to happen. And something bad could have happened, because the last time I was on a trampoline was when I tore the ligament in my foot.
At the bounce zone or whatever it is?
Sky Zone, yeah.
Well, years ago, Casey was over at our house, at our pool, and this was in Casey was probably at his heaviest.
Yeah.
Thanks.
And no, but you got up on the diving board and did a gainer, and I was like, dude.
Yeah.
I was like, that was awesome.
I still got it.
You still got it. I'd like to see you now that you've lost all this weight. You could probably do a 2.5.
You say you're now lower weight than when you were in high school, right?
Yeah.
Or about the same? That's pretty good. Good for you, man.
But the problem now is my head. So when I spin in the air, like I get like super dizzy. So even
because you haven't eaten in a year.
That might have something to do with it. I'm malnourished.
Just another thing. So that the bounce zone.
Yeah.
I love trampolines. I used to love when we do it in high school.
Yeah.
And I would have a great time on them. You talk about the injury that you got. Can you go to a place like that and have a good? Can adults have fun?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Now, I would go back to one of those. The problem with me on that particular day when I tore that ligament is that I had been suffering from plantar fasciitis for months and months and months.
All right.
And had been running on it. So, unbeknownst to myself, I had been weakening that ligament, tendon for a long time. So that first bounce was
outside of that, you could say an adult can go and sort of have a really good trampoline experience.
As long as there aren't kids there, yeah.
Steve, they have adult hours.
Oh, they do?
I've looked into this. You want to go?
Oh.
I do want to go.
Yes.
That's why, I brought it up. Yeah.
They'll
By the
have
way-
like evening adult time.
We're going to switch gears and go into something else, but because we could do a whole segment on this. But here's somebody texted and said, dude, I pulled my shoulder muscle sleeping. And for the next few weeks, I thought that I was having a heart attack because I had pain going down my arm and up my neck. Yeah, it was all because of a shoulder injury while I was sleeping, and I'm 29 years old.
Yeah, my buddy was
happens.
reaching into the back seat for something, and he was out of work for a week from hurting his back just from reaching into the back seat.
You get the wrong movement, the wrong twist at the wrong time, and you're in for it.
We'll do that. We'll do those calls another time. All right, because I got other junk drawer things.
And it's brimming with crap.
Yeah. All right, here's one, and this is okay. This is just this.
All right.
Some gum brands are marketing their products as tools for achieving a chiseled jawline,
Like
by promoting them as a jaw-defining gum.
A jaw workout.
which they alleged works by stimulating the masseter muscle. Apparently, jawline has become a thing lately.
It's a thing for both men and women.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Have you seen the little toy? Not toy, but like
Yeah.
workout thing that you can get? It's
Yeah.
like a ball and you chew on it.
Come on.
It's like basically like the equivalent of those like vice grip thingies that you do for your forearms.
Yeah, so these products targeted at teen boys are part of a broader trend in facial fitness.
Stop it.
Meant to enhance masculinity.
doing nose-ups.
Yeah.
I never realized what an amazing jawline he has until I think Crossing Broad picked up on it a couple of days ago. But Ben Davis.
Oh, yeah. He's all jaw.
He's all jaw.
It's like 50% of his head.
I'm like, yeah.
Who's that guy in Tango and Cash? He had a hell of a jawline. Remember that?
Yeah, huge jaw, yeah. Medical experts caution, though, that chewing such gum may not significantly alter jaw structure and could potentially lead to issues like jaw pain or headaches.
Let me tell you something. I've had headaches because of jaw pain. Fortunately, I don't get them anymore. But it is, you do something like that. You remember years and years and years ago, Preston, everyone thought Burt Reynolds had like HIV or that he'd had some sort of really horrible illness. He had a bad jaw condition that made it impossible for him to eat. He was in such pain.
Oh, wow.
And so, you don't want to screw around with your jawbone.
Yeah.
Because what's it connected to, Preston?
That's connected to your head bone, right? Or hip bone. Or something. Yeah, it's your ankle bone.
Ham bone.
Matt has jaw sweats.
Jaw sweats. Explain, please.
He
wears them on his jaw.
Every time he eats, his jaw starts sweating.
Wow.
Literally, because he broke his jaw when he was younger. So, like, his whole jaw is reconnected to his face. And there's something in there that anytime he starts eating, his face just starts profusely sweating.
A bold medical decision to reconnect his jaw to his face.
Well, you know what I mean. Whatever it's reconnected to in there.
Dental professionals advise moderation and caution against extended chewing to avoid complications.
Timothy Chalamet has a great jawline. Jawlines, definitely that, it's...
But it's not a muscular thing. It's his bones. It's his structure. That's how
now,
his
at
face
the end
is
of
made.
the Olympia pose down, you've got to flex your jaw.
All right.
It's like gurning.
And now gurning, Mr. Austria.
Well, it's that fat that people are taking out of their cheeks for the same reason. Like Tom Brady, it's why his face looks so sunken in. Yeah, there's a new surgery you can get where they like go into your cheek and they remove this little pocket of fat that's right above your jaw.
And Tom Brady has done this.
Yeah, if you see him now, his face looks a little sunken in.
Okay.
That's like the new trendy surgery.
Okay. All right. Or you can just chew a lot of gum, I guess. No, that won't work. They're saying it won't work. All right. One more thing, then we got to take a break. All right, I found this in the junk drawer. Expedia's 24th annual vacation deprivation report has come out. And about half of Americans are not planning to use all of their time off this year. The study looks at the time off trends around the world, and this year's involves over 11,000 respondents from the U.S., UK, Canada, Mexico, France, Germany, Australia, New Zealand, Japan, Hong Kong, and Singapore. It finds that American vacation deprivation, the feeling of not having enough time off, has hit an 11-year high at 65%. And the thing is, Americans aren't using all of their vacation time, despite only getting an average of 12 days off a year, which is the fewest of any of the countries in the study. So we get the fewest days off, yet don't take all of those days off.
It is interesting because I used to, not take all my vacation, I'm getting better as a vacation taker, but invariably, if you take the time and commit to it, it will benefit you.
Oh my God, yes.
You will. And you will recharge.
You are entitled to it. It is yours for the taking, and you should take it.
Because you lose it. And most businesses won't allow you to roll over your vacation into another year.
Weston used to kind of like guilt us or shame us when we I'm like, why are you doing this, man? Like, this is what is. I don't want to say we deserve it, but we get it.
No, we do deserve it. Absolutely. Everyone who has a vacation plan deserves that vacation plan. It is without a question yours to be had. It's an agreement you've made with the employer, and you should absolutely take it. And Bill would do this weird little thing where He didn't want us to take our vacation. I'm like, F you.
What about listeners that comment on it, like
It's
on
an
social
agreement.
medias when they tell,
I do not care in the slightest bit.
Yeah.
You should take your time off too. I mean, it's exactly, and if you look at the way this study is played out, we get the least amount.
Yeah.
As Americans.
My older brother, where he works, he gets a ton of vacation, and they also shut down at Christmas. That doesn't count towards his vacation. Like,
that's pretty nice.
Yeah,
Is the company owned by a European subsidiary or anything?
He's an elf, Nick.
He is, yeah.
I mean,
I don't know.
I know
GSK,
some people
what
that.
is it?
I don't know what but I know somebody who worked in the pharmaceutical industry case, and the same thing. Her company would shut down around Christmas.
I understand that also. I've had jobs where you've got virtually no vacation whatsoever, very limited. And I've had, and obviously over the many years we've been here and stuff, you accrue a lot of vacation. Realizing the benefit of resting, whether you're taking a trip or not. Now, what happens is, and I think also when the economy's a little tighter, people are like, I'm kind of loath to take time off. I don't want to jeopardize. Maybe I can, they don't want to. But I mean, listen, you got to take the long game into mind, and your health could suffer if you run yourself into the ground.
You have a life outside of work.
Yeah, yep.
And there are things that you need to do in your life outside of work. And this gives you, if you're not going to go somewhere and relax the whole time, you can get your things done.
You hook to live. You don't live to hook.
Yeah. So Japanese workers take about the same number of days off annually as Americans at 11, but Japan has the lowest vacation deprivation level of any country at 53%. So the majority.
They're worried about Godzilla.
In Japan, workers are 7 times more likely than U.S. workers to vacation every month, even though they only get 1 more day of paid time off than Americans. How do they do it? Taking advantage of federal holidays, office and school closures to get shorter trips and long weekends. France and Hong Kong both take off nearly a month over the year. French respondents tend to spread their vacation days out evenly throughout the year rather than take one big trip.
French benefits.
We don't get French benefits. So we have family in Sweden, and they get something along the lines of minimum of 6 weeks of vacation. Minimum.
Yeah.
And sometimes they'll take those concurrently. Is that the right word?
Yes.
They'll take them all 6 weeks straight off and have a big old rest up holiday and
contiguously.
Yeah.
Contiguously?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, what is a sabbatical? Can somebody explain to me how that works? Do you actually have to work during your sabbatical?
Not usually.
Okay.
And
so what is it?
Often you get there's a pay cut to take a sabbatical.
It's my favorite of the sabbaticals.
I have, I have a friend who took one, and she works for a company in Maine, and so it was 6 months where she was able to not work for a stretch. She didn't make the full salary the whole time, but the company allows them once every 5 years. I think a lot of college professors do that. Some teachers will do it. So it's an agreement with you and your employer and your contract.
Here's what you do, Case. Say, I want to take a sabbatical.
I
want to take a sabbatical. I'm going to go do a long-term study on fish, but let them think you're doing actual.
Don't spell it. Don't put it in writing.
Exactly, yeah.
They don't know that I mean
PH. Wow, he's some sort of marine biologist.
So Germany is the most vacation-deprived country this year at 84%. The global average is 62%, and in the U.S., it's 65%. Americans are almost twice as likely as the rest of the world to go a year or longer between vacations.
In Germany's defense, though, they are responsible for one of the best new knock-knock jokes, Preston.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. It is so funny.
Yeah.
I can't stop laughing at it. It was a video that was circulating on Instagram, and it's from Suits, right?
Suits, yeah.
Suits, yeah.
The guy goes, have you heard my Nazi knock-knock joke? The guy goes, no. He goes, knock-knock. He goes, who's here? And the dude hauls off and slaps him in the face and goes, we will ask the questions. And it's so good. Hilarious. I love it. I absolutely love it. All right, we got to shut the junk drawer down, people.
That was the junk drawer. Preston's closing up his junk drawer. There's nothing left here in the junk drawer. Until next time, that was the junk drawer.
All righty, and with that, we will take ourselves a break. We'll come back in a moment, and bizarre file stories aplenty to be shared. And also, we'll remind you of today's day off at Dorney Digital Word. Your chance to win tickets to our live broadcast. We'll be right back. And
and the execution of the concepts were just unbelievable. What a loss. So there are a few times I've been nervous when people have come into the studio. When Norm came in, Greg, because I just respected, and you, Bob, obviously, people I respect so much, and he was just great. And he really, they talk about Jeff Ross being, and Jeff Ross is great, but to me, pound for pound, Geraldo brought it to those roasts.
Yeah, and I think Jeff would agree, and we all agree. Greg was prolific and amazing, and he said I looked like the Vlasic pickle stork sitting there with those granny glasses and that large pointy nose. So that, of course, is something that I memorized. But the point is, he shouldn't be gone. And I talked to him like 2 weeks before he passed, and he was fine. You know, it was just a horrible thing that happened, and he caved at a bad time. Yeah. And it's very, very sad. But I called him and I said, so are we going to hang out? Because we talked about it after the roast. He said, oh, yeah. I got a girl here, Bob, I want you to talk to. And he did like a Norm Macdonald prank on me. I didn't know what was happening. And a young lady gets on the phone and she goes, hello, who is this? And I said, oh, it's Bob Saget. Greg says that you wanted to talk to me, that you're apparently a fan. Why would they be a fan? I said, well, I don't know. I was on that show, Full House. I do not know that show. I do not know who you are. And then he gets back on the phone. He's laughing his head off. He was just trying to impress somebody who sounded like Natasha and Boris were at the bar. And he had no clue who anything.
That's great.
Although Full House played in Russia, so I think they liked it.
Maybe they did.
Because we were of the right demographic. That's a nice thing to say in the morning. Hi, everybody. Have a great day. But I want to come into the studio next time I'm in there when I'm playing Philly, whether I play wherever, maybe the Tower again. Is the Tower going to open up?
I don't know, man. We're hoping for everything. You know this town as well as anybody, Bob, and there's just so many great venues and the amount of people who are devastated by this, just on that level, and it's not even just the performers; it's the people behind the scenes and the sound people and all that. There's been so much stuff, and we've got to do, and we're trying to do. Everybody's sort of trying to vigorously do everything they can to get everything back up and running, because the charm of this area is that you always had so many shows and comedy venues and all that stuff, and the Tower is historical, So we hope.
I'm hoping a lot of theaters, a lot of us are doing clubs because you can't get into a lot of theaters. But I'm playing a bunch of theaters and a bunch of casinos. And I mean, the Hard Rock one, Live Nation called and said, we want you to be the first person to open it because we want it to be a festival that people can bring their kids to. I said, well, it's 21 and up and it's a casino. So
right.
Unless you got a 15-year-old with a mustache and a fake ID, it ain't going to happen.
Are you just going to be in and out to AC and then back, or are you going to be able to spend some time in Philly? I mean, it's still restricted.
No, I wish I could.
Yeah.
I've got to come back because I'm doing a show on a rooftop in San Francisco on 420 with a bunch of stoners.
Nice.
With Jeff Ross and a bunch of really, really funny people and proteges and friends of Dave Chappelle. So I'm doing that. And then I go back to Irvine, California. They're opening the Irvine Improv. But again, it's like a 500-seat venue. It's going to be 190 capacity. So but it's not a drive-in. It's not a drive-in.
It's not a drive-in. And 25% becomes 50%, becomes 75%, and we get back to it. And so
it happens. Getting out there, man. I can't. It's hard to explain. I know Bill must have been excited. We have the same publicist, and Bill is over the moon. Going back, did he exude that, or was he exhausted from the press?
We've had longer with you than we had with him. He had to quickly.
He was like, I gotta go. There's another guy. I gotta call Detroit, and I'm really angry about this guy. I don't know who he is, but I don't like him. I don't think he talks like Joe Pesci.
It was a good.
He's literally. Please go ahead. Sorry.
No. Yeah, that was spot on. But in fact, that's kind of the way he talks. But he's great. He's always been very, and with you again. Let's people be reminded that you have been a participant in the Camp Out for Hunger, and you've been generous with your time and just donations
always.
And stuff like that. So
whatever you ask me to do, I will do it. I try to do everything I can to help as many people.
You've been phenomenal. Yes. We appreciate
I have been, and I will continue to be, even though Bill thinks I don't have long to live.
Apparently,
he has the best drive-in story because he said he did a drive-in, and instead of heckling, the lady drove off. He just drove off.
Who was talking about that? I think Jim Gaffigan or somebody was talking about it. That just the quiet hum of an engine as the car just leaves.
It's worse than someone
it's
walking
worse than
out.
someone walking out. Yeah.
Nice.
You guys are lucky because you get to talk. Besides being as popular as you are, come on, let's face it, you are, and you look really good too. You're both incredibly handsome, and you get unusually groomed for early in the morning. I have to admit, and you know that I slept in these clothes, and I look very groomed. But you get to talk to so many people when I see your lineup because following you guys, it's like wow, it's all my friends. You know? You have Tom Pop on. You have people that are just wonderful.
Well, you are doing likewise. Your podcast, which I enjoy as well. Is that a nice rest, diversion for you as well? Because you're a good interviewer yourself.
I've gotten to be better, but thank you. I'm not you guys, but I'm on my 89th show. But Monday is Ben Folds, and this week I had Candace Cameron Bure, my TV daughter DJ. From Full House.
Gotta tell you, I adore her, and I have fallen in with the veracity of a crack addict to the Hallmark Christmas movies that she does, and
she's
the Hallmark
Queen of Christmas.
Yes, she's awesome. She's so good.
Well, it's interesting because you do a podcast these days, and because there's not that many outlets, there's the late night shows that they run the clips, there's SNL clips. Otherwise, if you want humor, you go to a podcast or sensational news. So E! News picked up yesterday a story about Candace being on my podcast, just talking about people make fun of her for being so perky. That was a news story. That's where we're at.
Perkiness.
Perky.
This just
people are cynicism comes, and the pain that people are having comes out of what we've been living through, which is being locked up.
Yeah.
But it's a problem when the younger people, and I feel like I am one of them.
Yeah.
People go, well, you're an old man and we're Gen Z. And I'm like, no, you guys don't get it. My stand-up isn't as blue as it is. It's like a 12-year-old or 10-year-old learning bad words.
Yeah.
That's kind of what it is. I mean, the word wiener comes out. Just the word, by the way.
Okay.
Right. But that's the interesting part is you can make with a podcast, I'm able to have that outlet this year, and I've had such wonderful guests. I've had Tiffany Haddish to Jake Tapper to Bill Burr to Jason Sudeikis to Whoopi. It's just been able, and then dear friends that I sparred with like Gilbert and Lovitz, and and I'm just going to keep doing it forever. I have no reason not to. It's once a week, and I love it.
Well, there's been, and we've talked about this. There's been again, and I must have said this 100 times over the past year, that there's going to be some things that are going to actually, that we found, hey, this is a way we can do this. The way we're doing this right now with you, Bob, on the Zoom setup is something that was in the works, but we were forced to accelerate it. And so here we are doing that. So there are going to be some bright spots. And I think the fact that it accelerated you doing something that you're enjoying is a glass half full aspect to something that's been so profoundly unpleasant.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. This would be a dial. I'd be calling you on the phone. And now you get good quality audio. I'm on a podcast mic, and I'm able to do, I did Kevin Hart's new podcast that'll be on next month. And it becomes like you're in studio talking with your friend.
Right.
And as you know, that's what broadcasting is. You're just being yourself and talking with your friend or a person that you feel like, oh, I'm a person too.
That's right.
What I was getting at is the cynicism is what's ripping us apart. It's
exactly
where people, no matter what you say, people, if John Lennon said all you need is love, they would go, oh yeah, right. Canceled.
Right. It's
cancel him. Love. I don't have love. Canceled. But
I think your angle, your take on it is exactly right. And we with Bob Saget's in the world and the planned Dirty Work sequel.
I never mentioned that. I never said a word. Saget, why are you talking about it? The ink's not even dry. Shut up. My bad Norm impression.
Well, up next is this weekend at the Hard Rock at the Edis Arena, Saturday.
There's 2 shows, 7 and 10 p.m., and you can get the tickets at bobsaget.com, and we'll post information, make it very easy for you to do that. Bob, it is always wonderful to have you on, man.
You guys are so great, and I will want to be in studio again. When I come home to Philly, I want to hang out with you guys for about 3 or 4 days.
Yeah, we can do that. I was going to say all morning, but,
3 or 4 days.
3 or 4 days works. We can make that happen.
Look at how groomed you are. You're going to smell good. I'm fine with that. The worst is when you show up, and you're in some New York Sirius radio station, and wow, I shouldn't have said that.
No,
and but everybody's got BO because they're a morning shock radio, and they're not. You guys are clean.
We're clean. Only one of us is BO.
Well, I'll have to guess. I'll know when I get there.
She is normally clean otherwise.
We love you, Bob.
Love you too.
Thanks, man. We got to go. Bob Saget! The one and only. God, I love that guy.
You could talk to him for hours.
He's one of the most naturally funny guys that I've ever met. He's just the best.
His stand-up is so freaking funny.
Yep, it's sharp. Hey, the Oscars were last night. How about all of that? So yeah, they had a red carpet and the full deal. The documentary feature went to My Octopus Teacher.
Yay!
It's been mentioned several times on the show, so wanted to throw that in there. Accepting was the octopus.
It was going to be a incredible motion picture experience.
Wow, great. And there was no don't like the new music, like to always check in.
Of course.
Text in. But this one I don't get. That one says, this is country music and it sucks. That was country music?
Jelly Roll has dabbled in all of the. Is that who it was?
Well, no, he's Falling in Reverse, but
Oh.
Jelly Roll is on that song. I don't know about the band Falling in Reverse, so I have no idea. Do they play country music?
No, I don't know.
Not familiar. That did not sound country-ish to me.
I was going to say just maybe featuring Jelly Roll because he is definitely dabbling in lots of genres, but I feel like that's happening a
Chris
lot now.
Stapleton would have been. Yeah,
exactly.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I hate country music.
I know.
I don't know what to tell you.
Kenny Chesney plays AC/DC. There you go.
Yes, exactly. All right, let's do the Bizarre File. Here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Cool Cars for Kids. Experience the roar of Jaguar legends at the 7th Annual Philadelphia Concourse, or Concours, classic car competition on June 23rd at the Simeone Museum. And for information, you can visit coolcarsforkids.org. Okay, this is out of Kings Island, the amusement park. A 38-year-old man was taken to the hospital after he was hit by the Banshee roller coaster Wednesday night. Police said the man was critically injured. Kings Island said the man entered a restricted, fenced area at the Banshee and was believed to have been struck by the ride.
Yeah, they don't want you going in there.
No, a witness said the man told a greeter at the Banshee ride that he needed to get back on the ride because he lost something, and a worker told the individual there was nothing they could do until the ride closed. And according to the witness, the man continued to wander near the ride and eventually went through a restricted gate. The man was dressed similarly to Kings Island employees, so some assumed that he was a manager or a worker. Police said the man had been trying to retrieve his lost keys. The witnesses said a person riding in the front row told them that it sounded like a deer had hit
God.
at the time. The person struck was taken to the University of Cincinnati Medical Center. Their current condition is not known. Wow. 22-year-old McDonald's employee in Florida was none too pleased with the drive-thru customer's complaint, so she responded the American way, whipped out her gun. She then went outside and pulled the trigger. Fortunately, although her gunfire hit the car, it missed the people inside. The Orlando's
Forget the fries.
Former chief of police, Orlando Roland, said, "I'm shocked that she had a weapon of that sort in place, such as a McDonald's, as an employee."
Don't the drive-through window cash registers have holsters?
No, but Ron DeSantis had signed into a law that allows employees to pack a pistol openly or concealed while they work.
Okay.
So this is Florida. I know. No gun permit or training is required for said employees. The shooter, Chastity Gardner, has since been arrested and charged with aggravated assault. Gardner was captured in surveillance footage throwing a drink at customers as they were leaving the drive-thru after an argument broke out over the order. The customer then got out of the vehicle, opened the drive-thru window, and began throwing drinks at Gardner, who then pulled out her gun. Gardner was later seen in footage walking outside of the drive-thru window and shooting at the customer's vehicle. So watch out. Here's another story out of Florida. A Ruskin, Florida man said that he would rather just go to jail than pay for the beers he admitted to stealing from a gas station. Abrian Guerrera, who's 64 years old, was accused of walking out of a Shell gas station with 4 24-ounce cans of Modelo on Tuesday. The clerk told deputies that when he asked Guerrera where he got the beers, he replied, "From this store," and said, "No, I did not pay for it. I stole it."
Yes.
Deputy
I would like to be arrested now.
Deputy said that when the clerk offered to let the situation go if he paid for the beers,
yes,
Guerrera refused. He was told to leave, but he reportedly opened a stolen beer and said, "I don't want to leave. I'd just rather go to jail." So Guerrera told the deputy he was going to Orlando and got thirsty, so he decided to steal some beer.
He knows how to live by his consequences.
Gentleman might need a lawyer.
Yeah.
He was arrested and charged with retail theft.
I'm guilty.
A woman from southern India has told the story of how she ordered an Xbox controller, but when she opened the parcel, it turned out that it came with a major surprise, a potentially deadly snake.
Oh.
This is the second type of story we had like this.
So with a USB port? Or?
No. It was it was an actual snake.
An actual snake.
The woman named Tanvi has posted a video of the snake and says that she's now looking for legal advice on what to do next as she slammed Amazon's packing process on social media.
What do you mean because they're letting snakes get in?
The video clearly shows a live snake moving despite being stuck to tape around the box, which has been placed in what looks like a container.
Snake didn't want that either.
Tanvi said the snake has been identified as a spectacled cobra, which is the snake responsible for the most bites in India.
Very learned cobra.
Luckily, nobody had...
I said hiss.
Nobody got hurt, but that didn't mean there was no drama involved. Tanvi said Amazon's customer support put us on hold for 2 hours, forcing us to handle the situation all by ourselves in the middle of the night. We did receive a complete refund, but... what do we get for risking our lives here with highly venomous snakes? Tanvi also stressed that the parcel was directly delivered to them and not left outside where the snake could have entered the box. She's now seeking legal advice as she wants to file a complaint through the appropriate channels to get compensation for what she and her family have been through. Two-time Olympic champion cyclist Katie Archibald will miss Paris 2024 after suffering a double leg break in a freak garden accident.
There you go. We were just talking about this.
There's an Olympian. The 30-year-old Scott fractured a tibia and fibula and dislocated an ankle having tripped over a step in her own garden. She also sustained substantial ligament damage during the incident on Tuesday and has undergo surgery. Archibald said on social media, "I tripped over a step in the garden, managed to somehow dislocate my ankle, break my tibia, my fibula, and rip 2 ligaments off the bone. What the heck," she said. Had surgery yesterday to pin the bones back together and reattach the ligaments, and then hopefully this afternoon I'll be going home. She said 100 apologies for what this means for the Olympic team, which I've been told won't involve me. And by the way, she's had a tough couple of years since Tokyo, missing the 2022 Commonwealth Games in Birmingham after colliding with a vehicle amid a series of injury setbacks.
Whoa.
While later that summer, her partner, 37-year-old mountain biker Rab Wardell, died suddenly in bed beside her from cardiac arrest.
Oh, my God.
So this gal just can't get a break, and she's a 2-time Olympian, so that's terrible news. Wow. All right, here's a story of survival, and this will be our last one. Yeah, let's... No, I like a better one. I'm going to end with this one. A notorious Florida-based Instagram user known as the Raw Meat Project has sparked health concerns by embarking on a daily diet of raw bull testicles.
No.
Claiming it's for science and to boost testosterone.
Yeah, this is like the Liver King.
With over 150,000 followers, this guy has shared videos of him consuming ball burgers and washing them down with cups of blood.
Well, wait a second. Ball burger sounds pretty good.
Despite being 7 days into the project, the content creator plans to continue until becoming unwell, describing the taste as akin to, quote, a scallop sitting in ground beef for 6 days. However, experts strongly warn against eating any form of raw meat due to the risk of bacterial contamination, which can lead to severe illness and even death. And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. As we take a break, I'll remind you of today's special Dorney digital word. The word is wild water. And if you have not done it yet, go to PrestonandSteve.com, click on the Dorney, the Day Off at Dorney link, and enter the word wild water. You'll have a chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to join us for that live broadcast Thursday, July 11th. You want to move on that now. So the word again is wild water. Go enter it. Lesson question, trash, music, news. You're on the way next. Stay with us. He just kept sucking and clicking and doing that whole thing for a long time. So,
Is that him walking up?
Suction cups, yeah.
That's him walking up to the podium. It was awkward, but listen, I mean, he was the star of the films.
It is a hell of a movie if you get a chance to see it. Think of a nomad land, but with sea creatures.
They really should have put the octopus in the in memoriam section. I don't know why they didn't.
Did he die?
Well, he's an octopus. I mean, the movie came out like 2 years ago.
How long does your average octopus live?
I'll bet
the length of a documentary movie.
I'll bet they live longer than you think.
No,
they don't. They live like a year.
They don't.
Really? Yeah, watch the movie.
Oh,
Wait,
you saw it too, Kathy?
Yeah,
I saw the movie, and I don't remember that shocking piece of news.
That's sad.
What?
Poor thing.
All right,
Well,
I'm
maybe it
gonna
was a
check it out.
3 to 5 years.
3 to 5
All right,
years.
see, they're already getting longer lives.
See, he could still
1 year.
He could have accepted the award.
I wouldn't have wasted time with this dickhead then if I was an octopus. I got a little living to do, baby.
All right, Yolanda Hadid
I know Yolanda.
is in love with. Thank you, Casey.
You're welcome.
In love with her daughter Gigi Hadid's daughter Kai.
So she loves her granddaughter?
She does.
Oh, my
Steve.
God.
That told
So
you.
who got the scoop on this
The
one?
news is big here this morning.
Wow.
Don't go to press yet.
Yeah.
I've got something.
She shared a tribute.
Yolanda Hadid, granddaughter.
She,
Do you have a source that can confirm this? I'm not going with this unless you have corroboration.
well, they heard from an octopus that actually.
In a parking garage.
Yeah.
The octopus was in the shadows, but.
I have it on good authority that Yolanda Hadid loves her granddaughter.
Oh my God!
Would you go on record with that?
You are people who don't want this information out.
Oh my God!
He's scared, man.
I'm very scared.
And then he just walked away. That's my new favorite thing. The octopus walking away in a cavernous room with lots of reverb so you can hear it.
I can see you're an octopus. Even in shadow.
He's got a trench coat on.
He doesn't even need a trench coat. He's got like this amazing camouflage.
Listen, he's running now.
Oh, man.
Yeah, Casey, he just blends in with the floor.
It's amazing.
A dove formerly owned by Prince has passed away.
Yeah. Well, you know, he was big into the doves when doves cry.
Of course. But I didn't know that he had, well, this particular dove was named Divinity.
Yeah.
Female white dove owned by Prince. She died on Tuesday following a recent decline in her health due to her age. She was 28 years old.
That is an exceptionally old dove.
Yes.
Yeah.
I had a cat that lived to 22, and that seemed like an eternity for a pet lifespan.
Yes.
But listen, I know that some birds like African greys and so on can live for like 80 years.
Absolutely.
But
They
I didn't
usually outlive their owners.
But I didn't think a dove had that kind of a shelf life, for lack of a better
I bathed
term.
in the purifying waters of Lake Minnetonka. And
That must have been
what I
what did it.
attribute my longevity to.
Well, longevity for divinity.
Following Prince's death in 2016, Divinity remained at his Paisley Park and could be seen during the tours of his former estate.
Divinity conducted the tours.
According to the executive director of the Paisley Park tour, said Divinity's beautiful coup has welcomed visitors since Paisley Park first opened its gates to the public in October 2016. She was one of the enduring links to Prince for thousands of fans. She will be missed.
I would love to go to Paisley Park.
Me too.
I read there was a really fascinating article. Prince started writing an autobiography, and he hired a writer to help him write it. And so a year or so before he died, the writing process began, and the writer spent a lot of time in Paisley Park. And I've gained so much more of an appreciation for Prince after his death, which makes me feel guilty for some weird reason. But just everything that went into Paisley Park and his life is really amazing.
I was just watching a replay of yesterday of him at the Super Bowl when he did the halftime. It was awesome.
Yeah, and his version, along with Danny Harrison and Tom Petty of While My Guitar Gently Weeps from Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction ceremony years ago, is just unbelievably great.
The outside of Paisley Park looks like a
school or a warehouse.
You would not.
Like
you would
that.
have no idea.
What I haven't seen are pictures of the inside.
It's pretty amazing. I mean, it's like a modern Graceland. Like it's Prince through and through.
Our old boss has been to parties there, Jim McGuinn, because he's a program director in Minneapolis, and that's where it is.
That's cool.
So I would
elevator inside and all the whole deal.
So in addition to Divinity, Prince also owned a dove named Majesty, which, according to reports, were quiet. Both of them were quiet in the immediate days following his death, but they perked up after hearing his music.
I don't want to talk.
And a new generation of doves will continue to live on.
This is what it sounds like when doves cry. I'm gonna throw up.
That's what it sounds like.
That's what it sounds like.
Doves cry.
Yeah, they were upset about Prince's death.
I swear to God, I'm gonna throw up.
Oh my God! Hey, are doves the same things as pigeons?
No.
No,
They're related.
They are related.
Yeah, they're in the same bird family.
That's what I mean.
If you look at their license, there's a delineation.
Okay.
My dad and I used to go dove hunting regularly. We used to blast those things out of the sky.
Dude, I mean, come on.
We'd eat them.
I know, but still, it's like puppy hunting. You know? It's so nice and cute and peaceful.
They're different than the ones that you see. They're the gray colored
They kill
ones.
families.
Okay.
Yes.
They are all tatted up.
He was doing service to the families of Kentucky.
They are literally the symbol for peace, however.
Yes.
I was completely eaten by a dove today. Anyone kill them for us.
Son, we got work to do.
We beat it to death with an olive branch.
I have a hair change story that
That's a cool sound effect.
After splitting from her fiance, Dale Moss, Bachelorette alum Claire Crawley is ready for love and a new pink hairdo.
Oh, yeah.
That's right.
I saw it.
Yeah?
I've not seen it.
It's not over the top.
It's not crazy hot
It's
pink.
light. She says she wanted to show that she could do something crazy.
Okay.
As we observed, everything she's done shows she can do something crazy.
Oh, you're right. It's a nice pink. It's like an ombre.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. She didn't go. I was thinking like shocking. Like Katy Perry when she had super pink hair. Anyway.
Getting the tattoo of Florida on her forehead.
Did you see that guy?
I did.
Yes. He's got a tattoo of the state right on his forehead.
Ridiculous.
All righty, buddy. Source tells us she sees her time spent with Dale as something of her past and is ready to move forward.
It helped me to learn about myself.
So she has pink hair now.
Okay, the ombre's good. I kind of prefer the Ganon, bro.
What's the Ganon?
Come on,
Ganon, bro.
Keep going. Do it. Finish it.
I'm not finishing
Come on.
It's Ganon, bro. I like the up dog. Personally.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah.
Here's the tattoo of the Florida, by the way.
That looks good.
I
Man,
love it.
what is going on?
I know. We have a monitor that's normally in front of us. It doesn't work, and I can't see the photos when they come up. But yes, that's just brilliant. Best performance by an actress in a motion picture drama went to Andra Day for The United States versus Billie Holiday. And overall best motion picture drama went to Nomadland. So There you go. That's our first foray into a very strange awards year.
It was. You know what was one of the weirder things, Preston? At certain points when they were going into a commercial and they had the nominees, they'd put the nominees up and they'd bring up their microphones so that they could sort of like talk and like. And there was, did you see Case? I don't know, because there was a point where Pacino was up for something and they were all, "Hi, Mr. Pacino, I'm a big fan of yours." And there's this cross talk. It's not. No one was overseeing it. It was just like you were listening in on a Zoom call.
Wait, so the crosstalk was between the fellow nominees?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So they did that a couple times. If they ever do this again, they should not do that again.
Yeah, that's kind of weird, right?
It's very weird. And I'm like, is something supposed to be happening?
What was great, though, is when Soul won for best, I think it was best animated, who do you call it? Tracy Morgan pronounced it as Saul, right? He goes, and the winner is, and he goes, Saul. And then there was no reason.
Last night we had the Sequoia event, and once the sun set, it was a little bit of a breeze. It was fine.
All right, so here is the question we will ask. What is the main ingredient in a Taco Bell street chalupa? Not for real, but what Steve thinks is the main ingredient in Taco Bell street chalupa. 215-263-WMMR. That was in the connoisseur segment that we did earlier. Let's see if you know the answer. We'll do the trash while you call in.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by Horizon Services. They can help keep you cool this summer with same-day repairs and next-day installation on your AC. Horizon Services. Help is on the way. What's up this morning, Steve?
Well, Kanye West's public exhibitionist wife, Bianca Censori, was seen shopping in Paris yesterday wearing just suspenders over her breasts. One homeless Parisian finally spoke up saying, "We get it already. You love showing your jugs."
Oh, my God.
Kim Kardashian says her new acting role is so important to her that she will be foregoing her usual Botox regimen for realism. Kim revealed earlier this week that she has signed on to play Rosa Parks.
Wow.
Good for her. Representatives for Justin Timberlake saying there are no plans for him to pursue treatment after a DUI arrest earlier this week. Spokesman for Timberlake said Timberlake is not an alcoholic, but simply enjoys the rush of driving drunk.
Okay.
All right, we will see if you've been paying attention this morning. What is the main ingredient in a Taco Bell street chalupa? To the phones we go with Melissa, who wants to take a shot. Hi, Melissa. Good morning.
Good morning.
Melissa, what is the main ingredient in a Taco Bell street chalupa?
It is roadkill.
Yes. We would have also accepted raccoon. But Melissa, you got it right. Hang on, and we are going to give you a pair of tickets for the show tonight. Santana, Counting Crows, the Oneness Tour at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. Some tickets do remain, so get them if you need them. All right, let's do music news.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Music news brought to you by Rita's, and you can make sure you do head out to Rita's to try the new Kool-Aid Tropical Punch Ice. Oh yeah, you can try it in a 5-layer gelati or an ice blender drink. Available only for a limited time, so get to Rita's quick. The Queen music catalog, and we've touched on this a little bit, along with a number of other rights, is in the process of being acquired by Sony Music.
There you go.
For around $1.27 billion. The only revenue not covered in the deal is for live performances, which founding members Brian May and Roger Taylor, who still actively tour with singer Adam Lambert, will retain. And this is like way more than any other music catalog has been sold.
Well, what was Springsteen's recently was what, 600 million or something like that? 500 million?
Yeah, something along those lines.
And then Kiss was,
even lower than
that.
Quadrillion. And what's that?
It was a quadrillion.
A quadrillion.
I think, I think just in general, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, I think Queen's song library lends itself more to use in ads.
Yeah. That's part of it. Yeah. So Queen's music catalog is among the most valuable of the rock era with classics
like Springsteen. I'm stuck on Band-Aid Brain.
Bohemian Rhapsody, Another One Bites the Dust, Radio Gaga, Somebody to Love, You're My Best Friend.
Right.
Of course, the perennial stadium shakers, We Will Rock You and We Are the Champions. They are globally popular and enormously lucrative. The success of the biopic Bohemian Rhapsody shows, of course, the potential of the group's name and likeness rights and the likelihood of a jukebox musical that could open in London or on Broadway and then tour indefinitely as well. So it could
pretty
that could
crazy.
happen.
Yeah.
The catalog, which has been in play for several years and inching towards Sony for the past few months, is complicated by the group's record music rights for the U.S. and Canada, which were acquired by Disney for an undisclosed price. At some point in the 2000s, after an initial $10 million licensing deal that was struck in 1991. Those rights will remain with Disney in perpetuity, although certain of the band members' remaining royalties from them will go to Sony once the deal closes. Similarly, the group's distribution deal, which is currently with Universal, will go to Sony in all territories outside the U.S. and Canada when it expires in 2026 or 27. So there's a lot of legalese here.
Yes.
That they need to
ipso facto
work out.
E pluribus unum.
So we will see. But that is a chunky price for a catalog, music catalog. $1.27 billion. Wow. And I only had one other story to share, but I like this. It's time to break out the spandex, the mascara, and Aquanet because Paramount Plus has announced a 3-part docuseries called Nothing But a Good Time, the uncensored story of 80s hair metal.
Oh, yeah. It's going to go over big.
The series will cover the glam metal hairband scene of the 1980s and early 90s and feature new interviews with icons of the era, including Bret Michaels, Stephen Pearcy, Nuno Bettencourt from Extreme, Dave Snake Sabo from Skid Row, Ricky Rackman from MTV, and many, many more.
Hey, you think Jackie Bam Bam might watch that?
So this is right up my alley.
Yeah.
I was in the thick of all of that stuff. I dressed that way, acted that way, did the whole thing, and it was ridiculous. I mean, in hindsight, it was really goofy. But God, we had fun.
It's of a time. It's
fun.
a lot of fun. The memories are there. I loved the Motley Crue with the Dirt.
Yeah, yeah,
terrific.
Just the hair was gigantic. It was just man, oh man.
They're just rocking and rolling,
and whatnot. No exact premiere date has been announced. Just that the 3-parter will debut later on this year, so it'll be coming up.
Sometimes they'd visit chili dog stands.
Yes, Pat's.
Yeah,
I believe was one of the more popular ones. We don't have it.
No, it's.
I bet we can find it though.
No. I meant the actual Pat's Chili Dogs building is gone.
The jingle was there.
They tore it down.
Rockin' and rollin' and whatnot.
All right, and as we round out music news, we're going to give away a pair of tickets to MMR Rock's Willie Nelson's 4th of July picnic with Willie Nelson and family, Bob Dylan, Robert Plant, Allison Krauss, Maren Morris, Mavis Staples, and Celeste, and Jackie Bam Bam hosting it. It's Thursday, July 4th at Freedom Mortgage Pavilion. How about we take caller number 18 and give you those tickets? 215-263-WMMR. If you don't win, tickets are on sale now through Ticketmaster, and you can also get the information at WMMR.com. What do you... This is Cinderella.
Wait a second. There were 2 locations?
I didn't know that. I only
in
know
the lyrics he says 2 locations.
Yeah.
Tom Kiefer himself says that there are 2 locations. Hang on, I got to back it up here to 2 locations. The cook is never tired.
No, never. Is it possible the second location is still in existence?
Well, I mean, not as Pat's Chili Dogs, but as a building.
Chili Dog. Do you remember we were at the Cardboard Classic and somebody did a Pat's Chili Dogs sled and Jackie played that as they were coming down the hill.
It was great.
It was excellent.
Cinderella.
Pat's Dogs! Pat's Chili Dogs!
I can't believe we have 2 Chili Dogs songs on our show today.
In one day.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Sucking on a chili dog.
2 chili dogs. We mentioned Nookie twice.
Yeah.
The hell's going
Sucking on a chili dog. Sucking on a chili dog.
right. With all of that, yes.
Did Grace call us up, or maybe Marissa? There's the two locations are listed for the. Is this Pat's? Chili Dogs, Route 420 and McDade Boulevard, and the second on Route 291 in Leicester.
In Leicester. Wow. Had no idea. All right, we are taking a break. Last one. Coming back, wrapping up the show. Word of the Week prize. Giving it away. We'll be right back.
There was no movie called Saw,
right?
And then he realized that he had made the mistake, and then they had cut to the it was for best original song. But either way, the actors, it was Sudeikis, it was the people that were up for the next award.
Right.
They were having a ball with it. They were cracking up. Don Cheadle was making fun of them, and it was really.
I think Pacino didn't realize that he was still on the Zoom call because he was standing in the doorway pleasuring himself.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Oh no, you
How
don't do
awkward
that.
is
It feels so good.
Right.
Well, I didn't see that clip, but I did see. I saw a clip.
I'm gonna shout!
Oh my God!
Splat.
All over my walls and when my children play with their toys. You're expecting something like that. There are a few people who clearly were not quite up to speed on the tech.
I'm gonna shoot over here.
That was good.
Oh man!
Right after that.
Yes. Sorry, Nick.
No. This is also comedic. He fell asleep.
What?
Did he?
Yeah.
Was he asleep on camera, Nick?
Yeah, I mean, don't you usually fall asleep right afterwards?
Everybody's sleepy, and you've expanded yourself. So the camera pans across his screen, and listen, his eyes are closed, and he looks like he might not actually have been asleep, but he looked like he was sleepy.
There was so much fun pleasuring myself.
Oh no, the poor guy. Getting old.
I don't feel so good.
That's hilarious.
I'm up on out.
So, according to a new survey presented by the Water Quality and Health Council, 51% of Americans reported using a swimming pool as a communal bathtub, using the pool as an alternative to showering or rinsing off after engaging in exercise or yard work or whatever it may be. Even though 64% of Americans know that pool chemicals don't eliminate the need to shower, people continue to do it anyway. By the way, the survey comes as experts from the council, the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and, which I didn't know existed, the Pool and Hot Tub Alliance.
Oh, that's great. That's what Darth Vader faces off in the second movie.
Work to educate the public on healthy and safe swimming.
We shall crush the Pool Alliance.
Yes, my name is Mortimer Sanchez, and I'm with the Pool Alliance. And we think you're a bad leader.
The survey also revealed.
I don't care.
The survey also revealed that 24% of Americans would go into a pool within 1 hour of having diarrhea.
See, that's now listen.
Yes,
that's why public pools are just not my thing.
Spend all
However,
day on the toilet. You know what I need to do? I need to take a swim.
get some of that residual out.
To check the chlorine and pH levels for a personal public pool, the council is offering free pool test kits through its 15th annual Healthy Pools campaign on its website.
This is the Alliance.
This is the Pool and Hot Tub Alliance.
Did you mention in this story, Preston, particular sunblocks affecting?
I didn't mention this.
Okay.
Go into the pool now.
Peter Cushing.
Moff Tarkin.
This is the finest pool you'll ever swim in.
What were you saying, Nick? Sunscreens?
Yeah, the reason that I bring it up is that I went on a snorkel, not a scuba,
Snookle's
or
good,
a snorkel, but a snorkel.
It's the latest craze that's sweeping the beaches of America. Snorkeling.
Get some Beach Boys.
Yes.
Yeah, that'd be
Good
great.
outside, hanging tan, snookling all day long.
Surfing USA, please.
Oh, sorry.
I know what the snookel is, if I may suggest.
At the snorkel.
Oh my God. Ladies and gentlemen.
Snorkel USA.
Like California.
I'm such an idiot.
All right, anyhow.
Snorkeling.
Oh, yeah.
I went snorkeling, and
You weren't allowed to wear.
Feel of a snorkel at dawn.
You weren't allowed to wear the sunblock that you brought. You had to use the sunblock that they provided for you, and it's because the sunblock that most people wear is pretty damaging to the reef. And I was wondering if it would be damaging at all to like a pool filter or to the saltwater.
These are all good questions.
Whatever,
because some of the chemicals are pretty arch and can have that effect.
Yeah, and I've been snorkeling many times in my life, but this is the first time ever on a snorkel trip where I had to do this, and you weren't allowed to wear what you had, what you brought.
They provided.
They provided it for you.
Do you remember what it was? What type it was?
I don't. It was like an industrial vat.
It was called Reef Killer.
Yeah.
Reef Killer sunblock. A snorkel, by the way, as you're snorkeling, has a second tube that goes up back onto the beach so that someone could load M&Ms into them so that you can eat.
You're hungry.
So that's what a snorkel
is? A snorkel is a second food tube.
Okay.
So that you can swim longer.
Everybody wins.
That's great.
They do have snuba. Snuba is legit.
I've heard of that, yeah.
Snuba.
Apparently snorkel is legit as well.
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm serious.
If you can swim, you can snorkel. Yeah, he's absolutely right. Snorkel offers shallow dives.
Approximately 10 to 40 feet without cumbersome tanks and no diving certification necessary. That looks like snuba.
It does.
So what
hose,
what
right?
they do is, they have a floating tank that stays above the water, and you basically take the regulator down, and it's a long tube, a long hose that you can breathe in. We're getting ready to get recertified to go into a refresher course for scuba to get set for our vacation. So I'm looking forward to it. But I'll ask about snorkel.
Yeah.
Zombie raccoons. That's my thing.
Yes.
That clumsily walk on two legs and show their teeth are staggering around suburban Chicago, and authorities are warning locals to hide their pets. A spike in raccoons testing positive for distemper in Riverside, Illinois, is to blame for the bizarre sightings of contaminated animals that the disease causes to appear zombie-like. While zombie raccoons don't eat brains, distemper is highly contagious. If you're feeding wildlife and that raccoon ate out of your bowl, or cat food for your stray cats, and your puppy goes over, the saliva can be contagious.
They sent in a Negan raccoon to take care of everything.
Well. Looks like we got ourselves a problem in Chi-Town. Leaning back high. Looks like we got some trouble. Some trouble in Chi-Town. Going deep dish on this bitch.
It's got a little leather jacket he wears. Yeah.
Leaning back way far. Ooh, hey. In the home of Oprah.
There was an email that was sent out that we were going to have our studios checked because there may have been bed bugs brought into the area. And we've had everything checked out. They actually just brought a dog in to sniff. Yeah, I think it was Jack Russell is what it looked like.
Josie was her name.
Josie is the dog. And there's no bed bugs.
Well, no, that's not true. There were on a chair.
Oh, was there?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Or yeah, it was sort of like
chair.
a warm zone or something.
A warm zone.
They call those.
That's what I
There's
call my
not-
chairs at home. Yeah, my warm zone.
I think what everybody was worried about was an infestation, which I guess is not the case if it was just
sick. 10:40 a.m. I know we got to introduce him to Calvert.
Yeah.
We are getting ready to wrap up our radio program for the week, of which this has been a very fun week. That we've had a very hot week, but we've got only hotter stuff ahead of us the next couple of days. It finally starts to head in the other direction by Monday and Tuesday, and still in the 90s at that point, but just barely. But going to be a very, very hot one. So hang in there.
You'd mentioned it earlier. It is sort of weird that we're having this kind of heat wave. They're usually accompanied by oppressive humidity, but we don't have that this go around.
Yeah. When we were in that tent last night in the shade, it felt great.
It was nice.
Yeah.
And in the evening, I sat outside after we got done with our event last night as the sun went down and just enjoyed it. It was really, really nice. And you don't get that when you get that oppressive humidity.
Right.
In the atmosphere. So it was very, very nice. Pierre Robert has made his way in the studio. We didn't have any guests on the show today, but thank you for your calls. You were our guest today. We do appreciate that. We saw Pierre for a moment last night. It's quite out back. They have their Deck Builders Bash, which John Keller, the owner of there, has for the contractors who
do a lot of business with them. It was a lot of fun. They have us come out and say a few words and do a few things, and enjoyable.
Yeah, it's a great thing that he throws for contractors and construction organizations that purchase decking supplies from his company. And he throws this big party for them every year.
Yeah.
And last year I drove Minerva, and I remember you saying I walked right past you and didn't say hello.
Yes.
I didn't even see you.
I took
I'm on the mic. It's Pierre. I'm here. Just went my mouth. Okie dokie.
It was nothing personal. I didn't even see you. I thought I was. I couldn't tell where you were yesterday. You guys were talking because what was that contest they were doing?
It is the screw off challenge.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they have to put 4 pieces of decking down faster than anybody else.
And that was fascinating. I heard your voices and I couldn't find you. Marissa said they're over there. I go, where? In the midst of all those contractors. Oh, okay. And last year I couldn't find you either, and I thought you were on the stage. So I went up, and then the woman who was singing in the band wanted me to start singing and dancing with her, and it was all too much.
I have a lot of memories about Minerva over the years, Pierre, including the time when I worked with you. And I hadn't seen it, I don't think, in a year, probably since the last time I was at Sequoia. It really does look great. I wish that we could do more with it, that it could be out on the road or whatever.
You mean like actually drive it?
Yeah, or just do some stuff. Like Casey has had some cool marketing ideas, and maybe at some point we can. But it was really cool to see it last night because it looks fantastic.
And the word death trap should mean nothing to anyone. Because Collision Max, the lovely family company, and they've since sold and they're part of some giant company, but they're not even there anymore. But they rehabbed it beautifully, and the bodywork is phenomenal. You could eat off of the vehicle. It's such really clear crystal images of Jerry Garcia and Jimi Hendrix, and on the back is bumper stickers, except they're painted on. It's just brilliant. However, they took the Volkswagen engine out and put a Chevrolet engine in and made it an automatic, and it when you get on any kind of a road over 30 miles an hour, it starts fishtailing wildly.
Wow.
And then the last time I drove it over to this kids' benefit, these kids said, "Oh, we want to go for a ride." I had like 6 little kids in the car, and I just left the door open. I just going real slow around the block, and I started smelling humongous amounts of gasoline. And I go, "Kids, we're going back. All right, now quickly get out of the car and don't light your cigarettes." And that's the last time I drove it.
By the way, looking at the back of it, looking at those bumper stickers that are painted on there, I'd never really taken a good close look. Besides MMR and Woodstock and Save the Whales and things like that, there's a K-San sticker on there, which is the radio station you worked at in San Francisco. That's so
correct.
cool.
Yeah. There's a McGovern 72 sticker on there because the vehicle is a 1972 vehicle. There's a MMR sticker when it said home of rock and roll. There's really a lot of little detail on there. You open the gas cap and it says dinosaur fuel goes here, stuff like that.
That's cool.
The guy, Fran from Paint Zoo, he's the one who does like the goalie helmets, right?
Yeah,
He's the guy who did all that?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Wow.
Really good. Really good.
Brilliant job. And the Collision Max folks aimed to, they thought it would be more of a show vehicle. So you would tow it to places and then roll it out and display it. So they lowered it kind of like one of those hot rod kind of cars.
Right, yep. Right.
So we did a promotion with you guys, in fact, only once because then it broke down, Pierre will drive you to work. I thought we could do this once a month. So I go pick up this school teacher out in Drexel Hill, and we're driving him to work in South Philly, and we stop at the art museum, and we're running up the steps. We're having a bold time and calling into you guys. And then the amount of people caused the wheels to rub up against the wheel wells because there were too many people
low.
in it.
It sits low, too.
And I tried to open the door, and it rubbed against the tire.
My God.
And then it broke down when we got to South Philly. So it's a beautiful vehicle, and all it needs is a new engine and a lot of work and to be raised up, and it'll be ready to go again.
Excellent. And the saga continues.
Yes, it does.
Nice. All right, we'd like to get a letter from you.
Yes.
All right, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by the letter
E, as in energize.
All right, we have our final letter, and we need a number caller. So let's take 7 at 215-263-WMMR to see if you know what the word of the week is, and we can award you that prize if you are correct. So give us a call right now, 215-263 WMMR. What is in store for today?
Well, we've got, there are two incredible bands playing in Camden tonight. Santana and the Counting Crows. It's a wonderful double bill.
Great.
And we'll do blocks of each in the workforce blocks. They have so many songs, and both dreamy, drifty, wonderful. What a great night to spend in Camden if you want to see two incredible bands. And we'll have a block of the Killers for Brandon Flowers' birthday. And Bon Jovi's newest record, Forever, we have on vinyl to give away, which will be fun. And it's the first full day of summer. Brent played some summer songs yesterday. We will play some more today, maybe even in the sweat set coming up momentarily.
Excellent.
Sweat set is apropos today for sure.
Indeed.
All right, let's see. Yeah, we got our caller on the line. Let's go and see if Lisa knows the word today. Hi there, Lisa.
Hello.
All right, Lisa, if you know the word of the week, you win the prize. What is it?
Prine, like John Prine.
Great day in the morning.
Wait.
Sorry, I don't have my headphones on.
No, she said Prine, like John
The
Prine.
headphones don't work over here, so I can't hear them.
Prine?
It is not. That's not it.
Sorry, that's incorrect.
Is an energized.
What's that?
I thought he just said E is an energized.
Lisa, do me a favor and spell the word.
Prine.
That's not the word.
Incorrect. Sorry. No. Nope. All right.
Sorry, Lisa.
We will go to Michelle to see if she knows. Hi there, Michelle.
Hi.
Hi.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my gosh.
All right, don't get too excited. You got to give us the right word. What is it?
It's prime.
As in? Spell the word, please.
Oh, Prime.
That's
Edward.
Just want to make sure we got it right. Yay. All right, Michelle.
I love this for the beach. Oh, my goodness.
Well, perfect. And yes, so I'm happy that it is going to someone who indeed does need this. It's the 40-inch deluxe beach buggy cart, complete with a chair rack and side carriers from Phoenix Coach Works, makers of the Phoenix Beach Buggy. It's the only beach cart that you will ever need, and you got it, Michelle.
Oh, my gosh. Thank you guys so much.
Oh, that's terrific. She's excited. Isn't that great?
Yeah, which beach do you go to, Michelle?
I'm sorry. Say that again.
Which beach do you go to?
Cape May.
Perfect.
Cape May
Yeah,
is-
that's soft
is
sand. It's
my
gonna be-
fiance and I's beach. We love it down there.
Excellent. Excellent.
All right, congratulations. Hang on the line. And don't forget, the only beach cart you ever need, you can get your stuff to the beach with ease. You can visit phoenixbeachbuggies.com to get yours. That's buggies with a Y, Bugggy. Yes. And so congratulations to her. And we would like to take this moment to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin', and the Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you today by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors, and Trinity Rehab, locations all over. That's trinity-rehab.com. I'm heading there right now.
Yes.
I want to mention what we have coming up next week. We will have, we're off on Monday, just to let you know, but we will have actor David Strathern on the program.
Love that.
He is excellent.
He's terrific.
Been in so many different movies throughout the year. So we'll talk to him. And also from the band POD, performing at the MM Sonny and Marcos will be joining us as well. So that's it. We're done. Rage on. Have yourself a fantastic, safe weekend, and we will see you later, Dan. Bye-bye.